Courtney, I already found the embed code now. Now I can embed it. I have the code.
Test, test, test. Test, test. A? Era live. Era live. Qa, në shqiptar janë. Mos i shplajer kot tash. Sa u kam të rëzin. Test prova shplarje 2.
Tas, 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 1, 2. Tas, 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 1, 2. Test, test. Test, 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 test. Test, test, test. Test, test. Ni deux.
Hi, Kus.
Hello, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. Perfect. We hear you amazingly. Now that we are running a bit late, I'm taking this opportunity to quickly check your.
Now you're muted again, Caroline. Hello, hello. Test, test, test.
Hi, we can hear you fine.
Hello, hello, hello. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome. Can I please ask you to take your seats? Thank you. Okay, great. So we're going to start the program now, and I will invite the people from the Commission and the delegation of the EU to Albania to do the opening remarks.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Bernard Segara. I'm working for the EU delegation in Albania, in Tirana. I came in Albania in September 2022. So I'm getting quite familiar, with the actions, activities, and programs, that are done here in the country and also in the Western Balkans, because I've been working for more than 6 years in North Macedonia before. So I saw that you have quite extensive agenda today, so I will be very short. I won't take too much time. Just what I want to remind, I think for the people who are not familiar, with Western Balkans, I'm sure you are all, but, there are 6 Western Balkan countries. You have, not to forget, Albania, Bosnia-Herzegovina, North Macedonia, Montenegro, Serbia, and Kosovo. So I think today there are people coming from all these countries, and I really think that this seminar will be a benefit, to you all. The Western Balkans, for the last, let's say, 10, 15 years, have been on the path toward the EU integration for many years now. The EU has supported these countries in reforms related to democracy, to rule of law, to human rights, and economic development as well. So for us and for you, this cooperation is vital not only for peace and stability in the region, but also for building stronger, united Europe. For us, I think you will be speaking quite a lot about Erasmus, and Erasmus, as you know, for the EU, is what we call a flagship EU program that supports education, training, youth and sport in Europe. It allows all the students, the teachers, and the staff to study, to work, to train, to know each other, to promote intercultural exchanges. So for us, it's very interesting program. As you know, when you ask people in the street, what do you think about Europe? Everybody knows education-related programs, and I think everybody knows Erasmus. So for us, it's really important, to support. And these days, we are here in Albania in the process of recruiting a new national Erasmus officer, because our esteemed and dear colleague, Adarama, passed away, this summer. So it was really sad news. Sad news for her family, sad news for us. So she was really young and committed. So I also today, I think this seminar, could be also dedicated, to her and to her involvement, in making this project a success, in Albania. This event today will provide what I understood, a platform to present and discuss key EU higher education policy initiatives. So again, this that kind of events, are okay. They are technical. You will be learning. I saw, from our colleagues, from Nordic countries. But these events, are for me the best opportunity, to exchange, to network, to meet people, to create connections, and that's, I think, what matters the most, in my view. So not to repeat again, but this event is a great opportunity to promote mutual learning, and more important, to support the alignment with the European education area. So I said I would be short, so I think I was quite short. So now I give the floor to my colleague, Antoinetta. And again, I wish you a very good seminar. And I hope you'll have the opportunity, also to go to a nice place tonight, for dinner. I don't know how long will you stay, but I think it's a good also opportunity for the ones who don't know, to visit Tirana, to go to the square, to see, the changes. I came the first time here in 2003, and when I came back with my family from France. You can recognize my accent, yeah. We came from France with the dog, the kids, and I got lost, in Tirana because the city has changed a lot, So when I found, the square, I said, okay, and the Skanderberg, that's the place, So there are many, many, many changes now, and all the region, is changing, and I think it's also important, in the international context these days, with the war in Ukraine and this all the political tensions, everywhere. So I think, and I'm sure, this kind of initiatives, are benefit to all of us. So thanks a lot. I wish you a very good seminar, and I hope to meet all of you here and somewhere else. Thank you.
Thanks, Bernard. Actually, we pestered a lot the EU delegation, so we're very glad to have you here and for your warm welcome. Well, my name is Antoinetta Irikova, and I represent the Directorate General for Education, Youth, Sport and Culture. And I am overseeing the cooperation with the Western Balkans when it comes to policy developments, but also in terms of developments in the Erasmus Plus program, and also overseeing the implementation of the Study in Europe initiative. So yeah, on behalf of DG EAC, well, it's my great pleasure also to welcome you to this event that will focus on quality assurance and recognition, and in particular, with a particular focus on the Western Balkans and their integration in the European higher education area. I'll try to be short as well. I'll say a few more technical remarks when it comes to quality assurance and recognition. And maybe just one word on Study in Europe initiative. This is basically our channel through which we give visibility to what is happening in higher education in Europe, both in terms of policy developments and also in terms of study opportunities. And I think we're all delighted to see such a diverse group of participants. We have representatives of ministries, we have representatives of quality assurance agencies, also representatives of higher education institutions, and regional organizations and European networks. And I think that your engagement reflects our shared commitment to advancing trust, transparency, and excellence in higher education. I mean, it doesn't, everybody in this room knows that education is key dimension of the EU's enlargement process. It's an investment in people, in skills, and in the future. And as Bernard said, various instruments have been put in place to accelerate reforms, also fosters socioeconomic convergence, and human capital is being a core pillar of these efforts. And of course, it doesn't come as a surprise also that education quality is a major determinant of growth and integration into the EU single market. And also education and skills are central to preparing the region for full participation in the European education area and also ultimately in the EU. And across the EU and the Western Balkans alike, quality assurance and recognition, they remained a central pillar of trust. which are, and they're forming the backbone of the European education area, of the European higher education area, and also supporting mutual recognition, mobility, and cooperation, and helping to build a community which is united by shared values of quality, openness, and academic integrity. And we have seen a tremendous progress over the years in the Western Balkans. The agencies are aligning their frameworks with the European standards and guidelines for quality assurance. Also, they're engaging actively with EQUAR and ENQUA. And also are modernizing their systems to support both national reforms and international collaboration. But at the same time, some challenges remain, which include the need to strengthen the independence and effectiveness of quality education systems, improve the recognition and qualifications and portability of learning outcomes, enhancing the governance and financing of higher education institutions, and last but not least, basically promoting equity and access, particularly for vulnerable students. And of course, without a doubt, these improvements will strengthen education at national level, advance regional integration, and also the pathway of those countries to the European Union membership. And also, we live in our higher education institutions, our societies are also undergoing a profound transformation, which is shaped by the advance in AI, by demographic shifts, also by the green and digital transitions, by, as Bernard said, also the rapidly evolving geopolitical context. And these changes are also redefining the skills that our economies need, and also the ways in which higher education need to respond. And in this context, well, quality assurance processes need to evolve. And as it was put in the recently published also Council recommendations on a European quality assurance and recognition system, then these systems need to become more agile, more internationalized, and fit for purpose, while at the same time remaining grounded in high quality standards. And last but not least, I want to mention the Erasmus Plus program, because we also seen how Erasmus Plus projects have served as a powerful instrument to foster tangible progress on the ground, and also with results that have sometimes inspired and also informed reforms the national context. Of course, I mean, I encourage everybody, and will continue to do so, to make full use of the program's potential through involvement in the cooperation partnerships or Key Action 3 projects, or also capacity building in higher education, and to continue strengthen the systems, exchange good practices, and why not also pilot some innovative approaches to recognition. And the European Commission will, of course, is remaining eager to support this progress through Erasmus+, through policy dialogue, and also through initiatives that help institutions and systems build capacity and connect internationally. Just one last point is that I want to thank all the partners, moderators, and speakers also for your future contributions, and also each and every one of you for your continued engagement and commitment to advancing quality assurance and recognition. And it goes without saying, but I wish you all a fruitful and inspiring discussion. And I'm looking forward actually to the insights and the recommendations that will emerge from today's exchanges. This was not short, apologies.
Yes, it's on. Yes, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Maria Kelo. I am a Director of Institutional Development at the European University Association in Brussels. EUA is a membership organization of about 900 universities in the European higher education area. We actually, now that University of San Marino joined, we cover all of the European higher education area countries. And I was given a very, very short time for my liking. I could speak about quality assurance and even about recognition for much longer than 12 minutes or so. And there is a lot going on in both the EU level and at the European higher education area level in quality assurance and recognition. Do I control this? Normally I do control. Where do I point? Oh, now I control it too much. Too much control. Sorry. I anticipated good points there. So there is a lot going on. There is the already mentioned Council recommendation on the European Quality Assurance and Recognition System. There is activities from the Council of Europe as well as from the EU Commission on recognition, automatic recognition, recognition conventions, the Global Recognition Convention. There are new Bologna Process initiatives, and I could spend a lot of time talking about them. A lot of facts, a lot of information and details is available. But because I thought that's kind of information that you can find elsewhere as well. So I wanted to take us back to the basics and really see, why do we do what we do? Why are we all here? And why do we as universities, not all of you come from universities, but this is our world of operation, universities, why do we cooperate? Well, of course, there's a range of motives. Some of them are altruistic, some are financial, some are scientific, some could be political, some are very strategic motives, and some are more ad hoc. And there can be declared and hidden expectations and also unexpected outcomes. Of course, we have a global world, so we have global issues, and one could say we need global solution, which we can only achieve through cooperation. Cooperation can lead to better quality. That's maybe something we also believe in. And cooperation somehow seems to be just the kind of thing that we do. It's who we are. We believe that there is something intrinsically valuable in cooperating in higher education, even if it costs money, and even if there might be a risk to quality. There is clearly a culture of cooperation in higher education, and my big wish is that we can maintain that culture of cooperation and openness in times where we see that there is a huge culture of closure and fear in Europe, in the world. So through all of this, we as universities would like to stay together. A couple of years ago, for the EUA Trends 2024 report, we asked our members, and about 500 responded, what is the important shaper of their policies and activities. And on the very top came internationalization and global outreach. Interestingly, the second is maybe the most local kind of element, third, mission and contribution to society. So you see universities find themselves really in this dynamic between the global and the local. When we ask, so what are you doing in internationalization? What is the situation? We can see that it's very high priority to most institutions. There are often purposefully built structures and resources for internationalization, increasing activity or wish to increase such international activity. So internationalization remains and is even maybe keeping to grow, being an important element for universities. Now, what about quality? There are a lot of assumptions and beliefs about internationalization and cooperation as a component or inclusive of quality. We think that quality is more likely to increase than decrease when we cooperate. There is better access to diversity of resources, of research results, of brains, simply. And kind of that diversity somehow takes you out of your comfort zone, which could and should lead to innovation, new approaches, which then would ultimately serve quality. Sharing of good practices and experiences leads to better solutions, efficiency, better quality, and so on. There are benefits associated at different levels, of course. Individual levels, we say what mobile students get out of the mobility and how that is an enriching experience for them, same for staff, etc. There are institutional benefits, national benefits, and perhaps even global benefits. But these kind of benefits are not always easy to demonstrate. And I think quality assurance also comes and could come much more strongly into the picture in that, to provide a forum or method to demonstrate that also international cooperation leads to quality. And of course, all these different levels of expectations of benefits are not always aligned and might even sometimes not be compatible. If there are hopes and beliefs in positive impact of cooperation, there are, of course, a range of fears and concerns related to that as well. There is concerns, especially in quality and quality assurance and accreditation, about the respect of standards for quality in higher education, but also for environment, also about scientific rigor, data protection, ethics, you name it. It is kind of enters into that category. There are concerns for, very practically speaking, for security and safety, also on a very physical level of individuals, of materials and equipment, of information, and of how research results are being used. Are they being used for something that we accept them to be used? This could go from weaponry to any kind of other things as well. Cooperation by necessity leads to a loss of control. And that's not necessarily a negative thing, and that doesn't directly mean there is a loss of quality in loss of control. But of course, if you cooperate for a provision of a program, you cannot 100% dictate what the other partners are doing in the part that they do. You don't want to do that, because otherwise you wouldn't do that collaborative project. So you pay a price of control for the greater good of cooperation. There is uncertainty about to what extent do we share the same values? Do we believe in the same things? And that takes me back to the ethics, to the data protection, to the use of research results as well. And I think it's linked to that, the shared value base is that we want to cooperate, but not at any cost. And we have to kind of remain true to our value base. That could be perhaps the limit to which we can cooperate. Well, I would say personally that quality assurance is undoubtedly a crucial element in international cooperation. It is a crucial element everywhere, but I think it's kind of really highlighting its importance in the international context. I'm just checking the time. I'm still doing okay. So quality assurance is a way for us to somehow manage, at least partly, the risks and maybe even enhance the benefits of international cooperation. And how do we do that? We do that through having a common agreed framework, which we do have in Europe and in the European higher education area, which includes, I think, all of your countries apart from Kosovo, unfortunately. But, you know, so it applies to everybody in this room. We have to first and foremost agree on what is quality for us. What does it mean when we talk about quality? It's a very, very elusive concept, and I will not tell you what we mean by quality because I don't know. But we kind of, by the effort of trying to find that out, we believe we get there. But the common framework is a shared system of rules. So what do you have to do? What should you not do, etc. It's a shared value base because there are no standards without some kind of quality that kind of hides below them or behind them. They are all related to what we believe in. And also reliable, fair and transparent processes. So quality assurance works as a proxy for trust in an environment where we cannot personally know everybody. You trust people because you have got your lifetime to get to know them, you talked with them, you've trusted them, you've tried them out. We can't do that in the global world of higher education cooperation. We can't know everybody personally, so quality assurance provides that proxy of trust for us. And truth builds trust, because truth and kind of believing that what you can know through quality assurance about an institution, about a system, is true because it's based on the same standards that you understand, the same values and the reliable processes, then trust is built. So what is our European framework? If there's somebody who has never heard about this, then okay, this will not give you a lot, but I hope that you have at least heard the name, the infamous or famous ESG, Standards and Guidelines for Quality Assurance in the European Higher Education Area. We've had them for 20 years, revised 10 years ago, and now we are back at the drawing board, revising them again. They should be open for consultation over the winter, so look out for that. You will hopefully see that widely announced where you can contribute and comment and tell what you think of the draft that with a few colleagues we are currently, actually this morning also, writing. What is special about the European Quality Assurance Framework is that it's written by the stakeholders. It's the students, the agencies, the universities who write them. But so that ensures kind of a wide basis of acceptance. Very, very crucial, very special. It doesn't happen in anywhere else really in the world. But also approved by the ministers. Because without that kind of formal national authority approval, of course it would be maybe kind of a wish list, maybe kind of a guidance tool, but it has a formal status through that. Also, because of this kind of double approach, quality assurance has really been one of the success stories of the Bologna process. It really has worked. We have really created a common framework, and it has been very powerful to implement policies, which is also its problem, because of course, what gets to be written in the standards gets done. So the policymakers would like everything that is important to be put into the standards. Commission would like everything that is important to put into the standards. Students, by the way, as well. We say, okay, these are standards for quality assurance of higher education, learning and teaching. These are not standards for everything that is important. So let's remember that. But they do cover all higher education by all kind of providers in the entire European higher education area, which is more than 50 higher education systems. And to ensure that kind of impact and reliability of the method, we have the European Quality Assurance Agency, ECAR, which is an independent list of agencies that meet the requirement of the ESG. And through that, we know that the institutions do, and through that, we know that the programs are also evaluated on that same basis. So what happens next with the ESG? Isn't that a lovely picture? We had somebody draw that at the ECAF last year at the European Quality Assurance Forum in November. And it's really, I like the point there on the left. Someone said, it has to be a revolution. No, let's just do an evolution of the ESG. Let's not change what doesn't need to be changed so that we don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. We studied a little bit what people think about the ESG, what would they like to see there next in the past couple of years. And what we did find out is that we need to find a bit of balances. Stakeholders agree on a lot of things. They agree these are very important tool, the ESG, but they also want a bit different things. Not surprisingly, higher education institutions are the ones who are least keen on changes. They don't want everything to be in the ESG. They say, okay, maybe less is more. We want to be flexibly able to do things that we want to do. We have to be autonomous in implementation. The standards need to allow for innovation and smooth international cooperation. Quality assurance agencies are the ones who need to make it work. So they say, let's make them clearer, even more consistent, comparable, less scope for interpretation. Students, they want everything. Of course they want everything. They don't trust the universities. They don't trust us. They want all the important things for them to be in there, including student-centered learning, stronger than it is currently, diversity and support needs, fundamental values, the social dimension of higher education. Their wish list is very, very long. Ministries really see ESG as a tool for international cooperation and less for national quality assurance system development, which is an important impact of the ESG as well. So we have to find a bit of balances there. Okay, I'm running out of time, but okay, I'm almost done. So what are the challenges that we face at the moment in quality assurance that we need to cooperate better? Is that people see the ESG, which by necessity are quite generic standards because we have a huge diversity between Iceland to Montenegro and from Finland to Portugal and so forth. We have to make an important distinction between what is really essential to quality and what is part of simply tradition. Tradition is not unimportant, but we can't use tradition as an excuse not to do the right things. So if you say in our tradition involving students, we're not really used to doing that, we're not going to do that. No, you have to do it, even if it's not in your tradition, because quality is, that's not a kind of concern of quality, that's really about the traditions. There is a problem, of course, in the Bologna process, not only for quality assurance and recognition, but for everything, is that it's not enough to take a commitment. It then has to be actually done. And their implementation is obviously not 100% achieved in the European higher education area. A challenge, but also an opportunity, is that all the tools are interconnected. So without the implementation of the quality assurance framework, we can't have recognition. We can't achieve the 20%, 23 of the Commission, etc., of mobility. We can't. But also they mutually reinforce. So even if you don't really kind of love quality assurance, you think, well, okay, whatever. But if you love mobility, you have to kind of love quality assurance a little bit as well, because without it, it can't be done. And of course, in very practical level, we have a lot of problems still in acceptance of quality assurance results from other countries, quality assurance joint programs, don't even get me started. And then we have the new kids on the block. We have industry providing higher education, we have private for-profit higher education institutions, we have cross-border institutions, we have MOOCs, yes, we have still MOOCs, who would have said, and of course the big new word, micro-credentials. And quality assurance needs to address this and understand how to deal with this. Closing a system is just not going to work because it is too open already. It's impossible to block the floodgates. So quality assurance needs to also discuss, very importantly, how to deal with all these novelties and the new kids on the block. Thank you very much, and apologies for being a bit over time. Sorry, apparently there could be some questions. Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, maybe it's close enough. Thank you, Maria, for this very, very engaged presentation. My name is Martin from Hungary. Talking about ESG revision, it's a very lame question, but I'm really interested about what about AI? How are you coping with in ESG and in general in QA? It's everywhere. Sorry about the question, but you have...
Do you really think that by omission I left it out?
No, I don't think
because we don't really know what exactly we're going to do with that. We have, for the moment, decided to refer much more generically to, don't quote me because I don't, but something like the latest technological developments. Why? Because, well, now it's called AI. Maybe in 3 years' time, there is a new term. We saw that with the MOOCs. There were people who in 2014 were saying we have to put MOOCs as a word in the 2015 ESG. A few years later, who remembers even MOOCs existed? Well, they were going to take over the world, but they didn't. So we want to kind of, yes, put all things that are very important at the moment, but not make the ESG too quickly old-fashioned. So there might be a vague formulation. There won't be any specific standards on use of AI. That I could almost guarantee. Any other questions or online? Yeah.
Thank you, Maria. Regarding new ESG standards, one new component will be research. Is it? Research.
Most likely not. So the question is whether research will be a component in the revised ESG. The ESG scope will remain that of learning and teaching. And we will maintain a sentence which was already existing that refers to connections to research. We underline a little bit more the importance of research informing learning and teaching, or kind of learning and teaching being based on research, because that makes universities, and different from Google or the Red Cross that can also provide educational programs, micro-credentials, for example. So that is very important, but there won't be standards on research.
Thinking few professors about research, is a possibility that in some guideline could be include even not research, key point is innovations. Because in Tallinn we had a General Assembly of CENQA, and we had a presentation of one professor who presented that unfortunately Europe is losing race with China and United States demographically, by the sources and by the innovations. And that could be our chance for the Europe, innovations. So one discussion was if it is not possible to be included in guidelines in USG, then national criteria and standards should involve some commitment, obligation for higher education institutions in first group of USG standards that some kind of innovative research.
Yeah.
Because maybe we professors from technical sciences need to realize how is important innovative research is.
Yes.
Not researches which are just recycled existing researches.
I think there are two important points very quickly I will make, which one is the ESG is not the maximum that you can do and that even you should do, right? It's the minimum. So your national standards can and should go beyond and include national priorities, include European priorities, etc. So that's my first response, if you like. The second is, personally, I'm not 100% convinced that we can enforce innovation through regulation and standards. It's almost to oblige somebody to be imaginative or oblige somebody to be a bit more artistic. You can't do that. And I think that also same is valid for innovation. So I think we have to be a little bit indeed more creative in how we entice and support and promote innovation. So they should not be too restrictive, because if they are too restrictive, then there is no scope for innovation. But I think there is another side to the coin. Yes, it's finished.
And we start. Hello to everybody, dear colleagues, esteemed participants of the event. I would like to wish you a warm welcome at the first panel discussion titled as National Developments in QA and Recognition, Insights from the Nordic, Benelux and Western Balkan regions. As you can see from the program, our aim is to highlight, let us say, the importance of the quality assurance, about the recognition, and to try to compare the facts and the experiences from the three regions, actually Western Balkans, then Nordic context, and Benelux context. I would like, of course, to greet all the participants, not only here, but online, because we have also the two speakers online. But allow me, before I started with the introduction of the speakers, just a few comments at the beginning. I would like at first to introduce myself. I'm Snježana Prijić-Samardžija. I'm here in the capacity of the Secretary for Foreign Affairs of a Rectors Forum of Southeast Europe and the Western Balkans. Actually, I was previously the president of the same organization, Rectors Forum, in my role of the rector of the University of Rijeka, Croatia. Just for your information, this Rectors Forum actually was established in 2018 with the aim to gather the universities from the Southeast Europe and Western Balkans, and today we have 34 universities in the Rectors Forum, from the Slovenia to Albania and Greece. So let us say that This organization actually has, if I can say, you know, one very, very simple mission, and it is to be the voice of the universities from the Western Balkan and Southeast Europe. We would like, of course, our first goal is to raise the culture of quality when we are actually relying on quality assurance and, of course, recognition. We would like, you know, to enhance the internationalization of the universities in the region and, of course, generally to integrate the universities and the region in the European higher education area. So let us say that also it could be, you know, the perspective of the region of the Western Balkans. I would like also to just to rely on the previous speakers, because it will be very relevant for our discussion. It seems to me that several points actually are highlighted before. I think the first is, you know, the importance of collaboration, international collaboration, sharing experiences, of course, and the strengthening the higher education, European higher education area based on the principles of Bologna, of Gothenburg summits. So let us say, it seems to me that it's definitely important and we need to start from that. But the crucial word here is definitely mentioned several times here is trust, mutual trust, and the quality assurance and recognition systems as, let us say, a crucial tool for enhancing trust, mutual trust, then better collaboration, better integration, cohesion, and of course, you know, the further quality. So, with this, let us say, lessons learned from the previous speakers. Thank you very much. You know, we enjoyed, and you give us a lot of food for our discussion. I would like to introduce the speakers, and I would like to start with the host. If I may, this is Dr. Erion Giaco, the head of department from the Quality Assurance Agency in Higher Education, Albania. So welcome, and allow me just a few words about Erion Giaco. He is a higher education professional with expertise in quality assurance, accreditation processes, and educational program development. He has contributed to the evaluation and improvement of study program in Albania, with a particular focus on aligning academic standards with European and international frameworks. Arian has experience in preparing institutional reports, coordinating with accreditation bodies, and supporting policy development in the field of education. So I'm very happy that, Arian, you are here today with us. Also here, inside, colleague Einar Meyer, head of recognition of foreign higher education, Norwegian Directorate for Higher Education and Skills. So very valuable, and we are looking forward to hear and to compare the practice from the Western Balkan with the Norwegian and the Nordic context. Allow me just a few lines from a very rich CV of the Einar. Einar Meyer is head of recognition of foreign higher education at the Norwegian Directorate for Higher Education and Skills, which also serves as Norway's ENIC Center. He has over 20 years experience in international higher education, including roles at the University of Oslo and with the Circle U, European University Alliance, very important also this experience for our debate. Online, we have also two colleagues. I hope Gus Bruin. Yes, we have Gus here with us. He's policy advisor in the Secretariat General of the Benelux Union. So this is very, very important for us because the fantastic Benelux Treaty and the experiences in automatic recognition procedures. So welcome, Gus. Yes, and also just a few words about Gus. Gus works at the Secretariat of Benelux Union, where he supports cooperation between the 3 countries in areas including diploma recognition and education. Since the entry into force of the Benelux Treaty on the automatic recognition of higher education qualifications, he has been closely involved in advancing recognition policies at regional level. So we are also looking forward to hear, the experiences about the automatic recognition, very, very valuable for all of us here at the Western Balkan. And Professor Mira Vukcevic, I also hope that she is with us, yes. Welcome from the University of Montenegro. She is team president of Higher Education Policy Expert Group. Mira Vukcevic is full professor at the Faculty of Metallurgy and Chemical Technology, University of Montenegro. She has 37 years experience in higher education, including roles of Vice Dean and Vice Rector for Research and International Collaboration. She has chaired the National Council for Scientific Research, coordinated national strategies in research and qualification, and led over 20 Tempus projects. She has also extensive evaluation experience under FP7 and currently serves as president of National Higher Education Policy Expert Group team. So welcome, dear colleagues, dear speakers. So we have 1 hour, including these 10 minutes. So I would like in advance to apologize all of you, because I need, at some point maybe, try to intervene, to keep to enter our time frame. So I would like to start with the first round, just to get more infos from the region in which we are, and the Albania, so the Western Balkans region. And I would like you to ask, Arion, first you to share your experiences about the most important, most significant milestones and outstanding issues for you, for the Albanian national quality assurance reform process, and especially in the implementation of the ESGs and supporting quality assurance processes and practices. That actually maybe it's important what Maria actually mentioned, but that practices, that's something very important. So.
Thank you, Snezhana. Thank you all the participants inside and online. Coming back to the question, in fact, Albania's primary objective is the full membership in ENQA. And in achieving this goal in the past years, several legal adjustments have been made, like, for example, to be able to introduce or to involve stakeholders and students in external evaluation processes and decision making. This step is already achieved. We are now, let's say, in the final stages of implementing the involvement of students and stakeholders in the QA processes. And I believe, hopefully, based on the roadmap that we have determined, by January and in advance, we will be able to also involve actively students and stakeholders in these processes, because they are involved somehow, but not at the level that the agency or also the institution themselves would like to. They are only involved in the processes of let's say, self-evaluation or internal QA processes, but are not involved externally. So this is one of the main objectives that the agency is currently working on. And also on restructuring or reorganizing the follow-up process. And since that, we also are in a crucial point where the law on higher education is or will be revised soon. We would like to take this opportunity also to make some changes on the national QA processes, like reinforcement of internal quality assurance of units, let's say, in universities, because all higher education institutions in Albania have a working, or let's say an active internal quality assurance unit, although some, depending on the size of the institutions, some of them are more active, some are less, but at the end we would like to enhance the procedures that the units themselves follow, and then afterwards also the procedures that the agency follows for the external evaluation.
Great. Great to hear that you are near your goal, you would like to achieve. And also I would like a similar question to Professor Vukcevic, just to share with us also the experience of the Montenegro, and maybe, you know, the key enablers and obstacles in Montenegro's alignment with the EHA in the quality assurance and the recognition. And maybe, you know, also it will be very important, considering your experience, huge, you know, to share with us your opinion about how the international collaboration can help, you know, the universities in the Western Balkan to, you know, improve and enhance quality assurance and recognition system. So yes, please, Professor Vukcevic. Okay, can we hear? We cannot hear you okay. Okay, sure.
Thank you.
Okay, so can we have Mira? Yes.
Yes, do you hear me?
Yeah, now, yeah. Did you hear us?
Yes, I hear you.
Yeah, thank you. So, yeah, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Professor Samagia. First of all, many thanks to the organizers to invite me. So I will be briefly explain the situation with the enablers and the obstacles of quality assurance and quality control in Montenegrin higher education. So ever since Montenegro has started with the accession process to EU, the first chapter to be temporarily closed is the chapter of education. And Montenegro has, from that time, Montenegro has has evolved especially in quality control and quality assurance. So the first enable was also before the ratification of Lisbon Convention, that the first version of law of recognition and evaluation of foreign educational documents in 2008. And the milestone was the opening of the Agency for the Control and Quality Assurance in Higher Education in 2017, made operational in 2018. From 2019, agency has its framework for the evaluation and quality control aligned with the ESGs, and a set of standards which are aligned with these ESGs, as well as a peer review process which is in line in part 1 of ESGs. So now we have a fully developed procedure for the quality control and quality assurance for the accreditation and reaccreditation purposes, including the standards for guidelines for accreditation, for reaccreditation, standards and guidelines for the recruitment, selection and training of the peer reviewers, rule books for the accreditation and reaccreditation purposes, etc., etc. One of the very important enablers was also the fact that Montenegro has referenced its national qualification framework in 2014 with the EQF. So it was one of the enablers of the whole process. What I just mentioned the national level. On the institutional level, I'm coming from the only one stattal university, and I can say that we have quite strong internal quality assurance system. which involves students in all the bodies. At least 25% of students has to participate, and they are equally transparent and equally represented in all the body, in all the commissions, at the level of departments, at the level of the whole university and directorate. There is a central body for the quality assurance which cooperate very, very closely with the National Agency for Control and Quality Assurance. So speaking about the obstacles, I can tell you that although we introduced Bologna system in 2003, somehow we still struggle with the non-fully transparent procedures of accreditation of the study programs, still struggle with ambiguous understanding of learning outcomes, ECTS, etc., etc. So fostering the internal quality at the level of the institutions, higher education institutions, is one of the key drivers for the national quality assurance. Speaking about the international cooperation and how it can help, I can say that from my experience, we really used a lot international peer support in the term of international counseling, organizing the meetings with all the stakeholders, including agency and external stakeholders, higher education institutions as well, study visits, peer support, all kind of peer support. So it was very important in the development of quality assurance system as it is now. It is something that we have built, but I think there is much room for improvement still, and we are looking forward to experience it.
Thank you, Professor Vukcevic. It's very interesting that we actually hear, you know, encouraging also from you and also from Arion that how you are actually focused on the students' participation in the internal processes of the quality assurance. That's definitely something that's, you know, the best way to develop the culture of quality at the institutions, but also that you are mention, you know, a kind of resistance, a kind of institutional culture that actually could be, you know, maybe the obstacle in these reform processes. Yes, Professor Vukcevic, you mentioned international, how actually important for us here in Western Balkan is international collaboration experiences, peer learning. And so I would like to ask now, the Einar, you know, actually, what is the secret recipe of the Norwegian system, and how do you build the mutual trust? Yeah, because the trust definitely is now, you know, the crucial word. How built between the stakeholders, and just to share with us, you know, some of your experiences, practices, you know, that was very valuable for us. Please.
So hopefully there are no secrets, because I think transparency is really a key ingredient to the success. And I think, of course, we have skeletons in our cupboards just as everyone else, but I think in Norway one of the key success factors has been a very clear legal framework. I think this is the case in most countries, that you manage to embed things into law, but coming from the recognition side of things, titles like university itself need to be protected. And of course, institutions must meet strict quality assurance requirements before they can use such titles. And that's actually, seen from a recognition perspective, very important for us to be able to discern what is high quality and what is not high quality when we look at the foreign qualification. And this helps create predictability and trust for students and staff and international partners. And we also embed other integrative principles, such as those from the Council of Europe recommendation on countering education fraud. A lot of that has been embedded into law in Norway as well. And I think that is also important to help build trust in and discerning what is actually a part of your higher education system and what is not. And for example, from the NARIC side, we put a lot of, we have a strict obligation actually, and we put a lot of effort into reporting and prosecuting false documentation. So lots of, and we actually managed to get convictions. And although our point is not to put people in jail, it does send a signal. So, yeah. And of course, as I think Maria mentioned this in her introductory speech, that we fully implement the use of the existing Bologna tools, and that is so crucial. So we have ESG for QA, we have ECTS diploma supplement, a qualifications framework linked to the European frameworks, and we have signed and ratified the multilateral legal instruments found in the Lisbon Recognition Convention and UNESCO's Global Recognition Convention, and embedded both conventions into national law, which means that all recognition decisions made either by us or by university need to follow these principles. So this sends a strong signal that quality and ethics matter, but there's another point as well, which has to do with the division of labor. So for example, in Norway, NOKUT, the National Quality Assurance, they handle external QA and accreditation, but institutions have autonomy and can, for example, depending on the level of institutional accreditation that they have obtained, they can themselves accredit new study programs. But they remain accountable for their own internal quality assurance, and I think that's really a key, that you that you insist on universities themselves being responsible for quality and not leave it to an external agency. And this balance fosters both trust and institutional responsibility, I think. In the field of recognition of foreign higher education, there's a clear division of labor between the higher education institutions and the Norwegian Directorate for Higher Education and Skills, so the NARIC. For example, we coordinate admission to first cycle higher education through the Norwegian Universities and College Admission Service. And so in terms of recognizing foreign education, for foreign applicants, we have the so-called GSU list. It's the list of higher education entrance qualification for foreign applicants, which is a legal instrument for the automatic recognition of qualifications giving access to higher education that we use for all recognition, or for all admission processes in Norway. I can probably go on talking, but I'll try and keep this short. But my advice to systems and tradition would be start by building transparent, rules-based systems at home. And without a strong national QA foundation, international recognition becomes very difficult. And try to avoid gray zones like unregulated branch campuses operating on national territory, because they tend to undermine trust in national education system. So if there's something called a university that operates from your soil, which isn't really a part of your higher education system, it really undermines the value of the national education system as well. I think I will leave it there and probably come back.
Einar, yeah, very, very interesting. Just maybe, a small question also for you, actually connecting and relating with Maria Carlos, issue that I think that it's very, very important. You have, we have the commitment, we have regulation, we have laws. Laws actually, it's optimal, also embrace, the ethical elements, the values, etc., etc. And on the other side, we have the practice. We have, the situation and the institutions. So you definitely have very, very strong, let us say, trust to your institution, to the university. You leave them, completely autonomy in that. I'm just wondering, because, Mira mentioned, Professor Vukcevic actually mentioned before, that we have a kind of, from the Bologna, a kind of resistance, some kind of fear, some kind of concerns from the institutional level, about, all these, let us say, systems. I'm just, maybe you can explain us in more detail how you deal, you know, do you perceive this kind of gap between the regulation and the practice, or in Norway, actually, yeah?
I think that you will find that in any system. Yeah, there's a lot of that. I think a key factor in Norway is also that universities and the NAC and the QA agency have been relatively well funded. I mean, comparatively speaking, because there's a lot of work involved in this. There's a lot of. I completely subscribe to the views that, you know, engaging in international collaboration projects, peer learning, those kinds of processes, that they are crucial for building communities of practice both across countries and within a country. But of course, it takes time and resources. So do you have those resources? That's maybe a key question as well.
Okay, community of practice, that's really also the very important word here. Thank you. Thank you. Now we can start maybe the second round. And I would like, you know, I have the question, of course, for Gus. Of course, we are all looking at the Benelux automatic recognition treaty, and we would like to hear more about that. Of course, you know, how that happened, how it functioned. We also have the Baltic countries. We have also maybe some other countries' national system that are interesting to approach to this, let us say, definitely, you know, the example of the good practice. So, Gus, you know, can you share with us more information and also your experience about that? Yeah, please, Gus.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you very much for giving me the possibility to join online in this, until now, very interesting conference. And I'm happy to share with you a couple of words on the, as it is formally called, Open Multilateral Treaty on the Automatic Recognition of Higher Education Qualifications. And perhaps we can put on the first slide on the screen. As you will understand, it's all rooted, so to say, in the Bologna process. Mutual trust is key. That has also been voiced by basically all the previous speakers before me. And what has happened for the past 10 years is that both the three Benelux countries, Belgium, Netherlands, and Luxembourg, and the three Baltic countries, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, worked on the automatic level recognition amongst themselves. And then when that process was established, decided to join forces and to create a treaty under international law with the 6 countries to indeed fast forward this process of mutual recognition. And we are very happy to announce that in May of this year, the Republic of Poland formally requested to also become a member of the Open Multilateral Treaty, and they are in compliance with all the criteria. So we are currently going through the accession phase with them, but yeah, soon it will not be 6 but 7 countries who are part of the treaty. Next slide, please. And if we take a little bit of a closer look to the treaty, there are some principles of recognition, and we are really speaking about a treaty that establishes automatic recognition, no procedures, not even a short procedure should be in place anymore. It's really an established legal right. We are speaking about generic recognition, and we are not speaking about the recognition of professional qualifications. We are therefore also not interfering with the EU directive on regulated professions. It's really about recognition towards the level of the degree, but nonetheless, we, the 6 countries, see this as a great first step, and we hope that by time, as time passes, the treaty will even create more mutual trust so that we will have spillover effects to the world of specific recognition. As a second step, But the first step, indeed, like I said, is the level recognition, which is now in place between the 6 countries. And one of the key messages of my speech today is that the treaty is open for others to join. And if you can put on the next slide, I will walk you very briefly through the accession criteria, but because actually the treaty has very, very transparent accession criteria. First of all, you need to have ratified the Lisbon Recognition Convention, and that's the recognition part, so to say. You need to adhere to the ESG. You could prove such adherence, for example, by a registration in ECHA. That's for the quality assurance part. And for the transparency, we reference to the EQF and the lifelong learning. And actually, we at the Benelux Secretariat, we have created a manual and a checklist, a so-called self checklist, in which possible interested countries could see if they meet the accession criteria, some kind of auto self-evaluation. And I would also like to stress that you do not need to be a member of the EU to become part of the treaty. The accession criteria here are in front of you. And if you can put on the last slide, please. The Benelux Secretariat is functioning as the so-called depository of the treaty. That is to say that we are doing all the administrative stuff around the treaty. So we are the first point of contact if you are interested in finding out more about the treaty, or you contact your contacts at one of the 6 countries. But like I said, we have developed information tools to guide anybody who is more interested in the treaty, to provide them with more information. So that was perhaps very briefly a look on the treaty, and I'm quite proud that you mentioned it as best practice. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Gus. That was actually extremely important, especially the last slide and the message actually you sent about, possibility to for the other countries' national systems to join, and definitely the interest of Poland, that's something also very, very interesting, especially in the frame of the new initiative of Council of Europe about, maybe everybody about that, about, yes, automatic recognition of qualification. It is actually legally binding instrument. Convention now is drafting, preparing, so now, definitely is maybe, time, to let us say, make a kind of full stop on the Bologna process tools. Thank you. Now I would like, just to make, final round, and then to open the floor for discussion and the comments from the audience. I have actually the same question for Arion and Mira, from the representatives of the, let us say, Western Balkans region about the future plans, looking forward, what will be your next step. So we are just, we would like, to share, that you share with us, what you plan, what will be your next steps about, maybe, automatic recognition. Now we heard also about that. Maybe Einar, please. No, Einar, sorry, Arion.
Thank you. As I mentioned in the first round, I said the main goal of the agency is the ENQA and HR registration. And by achieving these 2 goals, we'll also be able that all the programs that are accredited to be registered also in DECAR database. So this will somehow facilitate also the recognition of the qualification or diplomas. Meanwhile, regarding what would be the future plans, as I said, there are 2 main, let's say, goals. The one is advancing with alignment of the ESG, and the other supporting the QA, internal QA system of universities in order, well, maybe not to reach that autonomy that you spoke about Norway, but at least to have, let's say, to enhance their autonomy in performing quality assurance, internal quality assurance services for their own institution. And so the agency not to be on the role of controlling everything that happens in the institution, but somehow to come at the point that to accredit or validate the procedures that these QA centers follow in order to assure the quality of their programs or institution.
Thank you. Step by step, of course. Yeah. Professor Vukcevic, yeah, the same question, looking for next steps. Yeah.
Yes, Montenegrin Quality Control and Quality Assurance Agency in Higher Education is affiliate member of ENQA. So strengthening of the internal quality assurance within the agency, we hope that it is going to be a full member of ENQA. Speaking about the recognition, so it's, as we many times said before this meeting also, it's a matter of trust. It's basically the matter of trust. So to enhance the trusts of the others, first of all, those who are regional neighbors, we really have to clean our own house first. So all the multi-purposes QA activities has to be applied internally, institutionally, and within the quality assurance agency. So the maybe much represented participation of students, consultation, massive consultation with the external stakeholders also. So once we enhanced really our own quality assurance, I think we have to see those who are the nearest to us. Our region, we are speaking about relation now. We are the event is in Albania. So, for example, with all those who are the first neighbors, we still do not have that legally binding agreements about the mutual recognition and automatic recognition. We do not have the list of recognized foreign qualifications. So we do not have that kind of signed declaration of de facto recognition of foreign qualifications without any procedure. So we have generic, as Gas said, we have generic recognition. We also have that kind of academic recognition, which is much more under the doubt now from the perspective of quality assurance. So these are the facts that we have to face. And I think we have to look first of all to the region, then the EU. We are going to be a member soon, I hope. So we have to make a synergy and to harmonize our approaches to the recognition. And in that way, have to sign, in all the possible way, have to create that kind of trust among the others and to make that kind of easier recognition. I doubt that now we have completely automatic recognition anywhere, but still this is the process which we are facing, which we will face in the future. So these are, I think, at the national as well as institutional level, many tasks to face in the future to create that kind of trust among ourselves at the national level and with all the others who we are cooperating with.
Thank you, Professor Vukcevic. Actually, but it seems to me that we have, in Albania, in Montenegro, very strong commitment and dedication to improving the national systems. Definitely, your idea about, the maybe more regional let us say, engagement, also, and let us say mutual support and the mutual trust is definitely, very important message that you send, and we need to send also. And maybe at the end, the same question for Einar and Gus. From your perspective of, let us say, mature system, quality assurance, automatic recognition, do you have some, let us say, more concrete suggestion, advices, or also messages that you would like to share with us, especially, for the Western Balkans region, what to do, what kind of policies, practices could help peer learning in international, national, regional? Yes, please.
Well, I think we've mentioned a lot of these things already, but of course, I think, as you say, that peer learning and gaining hands-on experience is really crucial. So higher education institutions, quality assurance agencies, NARICs, all organizations involved, practical engagement is key, I think, and joining international projects like I know that ENCA had a project back in 2015 called EQIP, I think it was called, on how countries can implement the ESG. So such projects, I think, are really valuable. We coordinated ourselves an NARIC or a NARIC Erasmus project with several partner countries that finished this year called Equal, and that was about ways of implementing. So basically we have developed an interview-based recognition procedure for refugees, so people missing documentation. And we have implemented it in a specific way in Norway. But what we did in this project was to work with partner countries such as Poland on how can we adapt these tools to your own institutional setting, your legal frameworks, and your actual needs. So by starting with a very sort of practical hands-on needs analysis of what does the landscape look in your part of the world, and how can we adapt the existing tools to that and to work in practice for you, not just sort of implementing something that somebody from the outside has said is good, but actually adjusting it so that it fits within your own context, I think is key. So these provide real-life experience and help adapt European standards to local contexts. This could also involve, I think, training is key, so training of staff members, both in higher education institutions and in agencies. Repeated training, so because staff members change, so even though you had a training program 5 years ago, doesn't mean that you shouldn't do it again. Yeah, so my advice would be don't try and reinvent the wheel necessarily. Start with a good needs analysis of what you need in your own setting. Use peer reviews, twinning projects, regional cooperation, and help build that capacity and confidence. My second point is I realize from your comments that I might have oversold the trust that we place in Norwegian higher education institutions. There is universities. There are different accreditation categories for Norwegian higher education institutions. So universities are allowed to accredit their own new study programs, but not all higher education institutions in Norway are universities. So depending on, and there are 4 different levels of institutional accreditation, and at the lowest level, you still have to apply for individual accreditation of each new study program. So there is that category as well. But the shift from heavy control to a trust-based system, I think, still is key. And as I said, in Norway, institutions now have more responsibility for their own quality, supported by periodic re-accreditation by the quality assurance agency. So there is that as well. I mean, you cannot just operate on your own. So people will check on you. But I think if all the effort goes into control if all the effort goes into frequent re-accreditation and trying to meet minimum criteria, quality criteria, and that's really what you do because you have to do it very often, I think that will take all the effort and all the energy that you have. And that leaves very little room for quality enhancement. And I think dialogue and trust with the quality assurance agencies, but also within the institution itself, through engaging students, through engaging staff members on the discussion of the quality of programs, helps institutions innovate and improve beyond the sort of the minimum standards. Yeah, I think I will.
Great.
Stop
Great,
here.
very, very, very important. Thank you very much. Several points that you mentioned, definitely, that we need you definitely, to think about our own context, then, try to skip, hard control bureaucracy and try to rely on the, let us say, creating the trust and, that's definitely an authenticity, actually, yeah.
If I can just add one more point, I think that meeting minimum standards is crucial in the beginning. But then over time, you shouldn't stop there, but try and,
enhancing, definitely. And this is important, quality assurance and quality enhancement. That's also important point. Thank you very much. And Gus, I would like to leave the floor to you for some advices, suggestions, comments. Yeah, please.
Yeah. Thank you. No, in that sense, I can only echo what Einar just mentioned, that joining international projects, international cooperation in the broadest term will lead to more mutual trust, which is, again, the basis for everything. Perhaps interesting to mention here too is that the feedback that we got from the countries which now have the treaty in place is that with the system of automatic recognition, one can work more efficiently because you can focus your resources basically on the more difficult files. Einar also briefly mentioned in the case of refugees, for example, where certain documents might be missing, or the cases of fraud. So actually with the automatic recognition, you make a next step in efficiency, but also in legal certainty towards the student, because we are speaking about really an established legal right under the treaty. So these are two major advantages, which are the result of the trust between the partners, and which in the end benefit the students. And I think that is something that we need to keep in mind, that in the end it's the students what we'll do it for.
Yeah, thank you very much. And this is actually the best last word and the message. The students actually need to be in the center of all our efforts. Yes, thank you very much to our speakers. But we have now, it seems to me 7 minutes. It's okay, 7 minutes or even more for the comments. Maybe you would like to share the practice with us, the questions. So as I can see, please,
Thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Mimika Dobroshi. I'm head of Kosovo National Erasmus Office. I just had a comment on the regional sort of perspective, and then on the Kosovo. It wasn't mentioned here, but there is also a regional sort of platform where recognition of academic degrees is discussed and it's worked on, and this is under the Regional Cooperation Council. So there are 2 working groups comprised of ministries from Western Balkan 6, and it is funded and it is facilitated by European Union. So it is the working group on recognition of academic degrees, and then there's another working group on the recognition of professional qualifications. So this has been going on under the umbrella of the Berlin process. It is ongoing and there are negotiations in place. So it's just good to point out there is something also in action being done on the political and on the regional scale as well, because I think it's very important when it comes to this trust and this mutual sort of agreement between Western Balkan countries. This is one, and now I get back to Kosovo a bit. So recognition, ESGs has really been our Everest. We had our share of complications and problems and whatnot. In 2018, we've been kicked out of ECAR. This year, finally, we re-entered it, which is a great news. And in 2022, we also have been affiliated to ENCA. Certainly, I hope that this will raise sort of trust in our higher education institutions. Most definitely, and my colleagues from Kosovo Accreditation Agency said that it was much more difficult to re-enter once you have been kicked out than when they entered the first time. So I guess this showed to the whole legal sort of and policy level of all the works we had to do in Kosovo. And I also hope that this will also have impact on Erasmus as well. From both ends, I really see Erasmus projects, especially CBAG and ICM, as drivers both on building this trust between these institutions who decide to become partners in the project, but at the same time, I hope also being affiliated to this important European, like ECAR and ENCA, will also, in the other hand, help us to raise the number of projects we have in Erasmus+. So thank you very much.
Thank you, and good news actually for Kosovo and from Kosovo, so congratulations for actually coming back to ECAR. That's very definitely important also, because we discussed a lot that about at the Rectors Forum, and thank you very much for reminding us on the Regional Collaboration Council, and actually next week it will be the Joint Science Conference of Berlin Process in Ljubljana, under actually the presidency of the Royal Society of UK, and definitely it will be the opportunity also to maybe discuss the further steps about the recognition in the Western Balkans region. Yeah. So thank you very much that you actually mentioned that here also in this occasion. Okay, is there some other comments, questions for our speakers?
There is an online comment.
Online, yeah, okay.
So yeah, how do you handle differences in legal frameworks that hinder cross-border cooperation and quality assurance? And it's from Sofia Salvari from Netherlands, from NAFIC.
Or?
You decide, it's not for a specific person.
Okay, so can we start, did you hear, or maybe that Angeliki read again, and then, that's the question for all of our speakers.
So the question is, how do you handle differences in the legal frameworks that hinder cross-border cooperation and quality assurance?
Okay, very, very relevant also issues. So maybe Einar from some mature system, and then, maybe to pass to others.
In my previous job, I was the coordinator of the Circle U European University Alliance. So this is very much a matter that I've felt very strongly. I don't think there is a very good solution at the moment, besides hard work and trying to be very creative in finding ways around these very real obstacles. So I do hope that the efforts towards quality, cross-border quality assurance, and the efforts towards creating a European degree really will pay off, because these are very real obstacles to joint programs and joint course offerings within Europe, actually.
Yeah, that's really very relevant questions. Would any other of our speakers would like to join, and to comment that experiences. Maybe I can share. We also have, you know, the European University Alliance is what you mentioned, Circle U, but the other, you know, maybe it could be the good framework, you know, to deal with the issue of the differences between the national systems. Because, for instance, at the University of Rijeka, we are in the UFE Alliance, and we actually accredited by the Flemish agency, you know, the joint program between all 10 actually universities in the alliance, but not all are actually degree awarded. Some of them are only, you know, ECTS awarded, mobility awarded. But let us say the 7 of us, yes, actually now we have the joint BA. So let us say that we try to accommodate to the differences, what you say, hard work, you know, try to find a way, you know, to accommodate to that, and to find, you know, the Flemish agency actually that actually was accredited the study program. But yes, maybe I do not see, you know, the other speakers that would like, you know, to comment that, but it's relevant to register that the differences could be maybe the obstacles for, you know, the collaboration, and after that the recognition. Yes, maybe is there, you know, some other issue that you would like to raise, or just to comment or share the practice, some challenges that you have at your countries, some frustrations, some good practices? Okay. It seems that we actually expired our time, of course, and the topics I would like at the end, of course, to thank to the speakers. Thank you very much that you shared your experiences, your practices, your informations, your valuable messages to send to all of us. And of course, I would like to finish and to conclude with very much thank you to Angeliki and to Jenny for everything that actually they did, you know, during the preparation, and for the invitation. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So we now go for a 30-minute break. Enjoy coffee outside and some refreshments.
Hi, Alexander, do you hear me?
Yes,
But
Let shumë. Unë do jem shumë shkurt. Njari me fjalin e fundit që tha not very good solution, real obstacles, so... Aleancat universitare janë një problem sepse me vërtet janë iniciativë të Bashkimit Evropian, por me sa kam kuptuar dhe ata nuk janë të qartë se ku duan të arrijnë edhe pse nisën këtë iniciativë.
Alexander, he's online, he's already connected.
Okay.
I'm going to bring them in, they're still outside.
Okay.
So you know what you have to do. We have your slides, they're embedded. There are two, so just
for the dissemination. So
yes. No, that's very much. Okay, no problem. And then when we send them, I will send the entire PowerPoint presentation. And don't be afraid to talk about the alliance. No worries. Okay, I'm bringing them in.
Okay.
Joint study program with the Sarajevo, second cycle of studies, political sciences.
I think this is a master of that professor from Salzburg. Yeah, they are part. Yeah, they are part of this. Yeah.
We can start. Okay. So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Naim Goshi. I am the General Director of the Kosovo Accreditation Agency. We are the only public institution in Kosovo dealing with accreditation, validation, and monitoring and follow-up procedures of higher education institution in Kosovo. KA have 28 staff, and we have a board with 9 members, 3 of them are international. And today I will be a moderator of this panel discussing institution-level quality assurance system from ECG to cross-border practice. And allow me to introduce our keynote speaker. The first one is Alexander Schuschner. Alexander, can you hear me?
Hear you quite well, except now at the very end the sound was breaking up a little bit, but otherwise I could hear everything very well from the room.
Okay, I would like to introduce our panelist. Alexander Schuschner has been a director of the European Quality Assurance Register, EQUAR, since 2024, where he oversees the secretariat and support the register committee in implementing HR's strategy priority. He previously worked as a University of Rijeka as a coordinator of UFE Alliance and has long experience with European cooperation on quality assurance, students' engagement, and the qualification framework. Our second speaker is Professor Dr. Eglantina Ghiști. She is Associate Professor at University of Tirana and the National Coordinator for the Uni Novis Alliance. In this role, she has been closely involved in development, cross-border cooperation framework and internal quality assurance processes with the Alliance, with a focus on applied data science and institutional innovation. And our third guest speaker is Dr. Benjamin Muhammed Begovic. He is Assistant Director for the Quality Assurance of the Agency for Development of Higher Education and Quality Assurance of Bosnia and Herzegovina. With nearly 2 decades of experience in higher education reform, he also served on the executive board of SENCA and the regional network of quality assurance agencies. I would like a short introduction before we started with a question for our speakers. I think it is our pleasure to join you here in Tirana for this important discussion on advancing quality assurance in higher education, not only from the European perspective, but also through the lens of the shared regional experience in Western Balkans. I would like to thank the Academic Cooperation Association for bringing together such a diverse and committed group of experts and institutions. For us in Kosovo, this topic is particularly meaningful as quality assurance has been one of the most transformative drivers of change in our higher education system over the past decade. Very few words about the Kosovo path and the ECG alignments. In the recent year, the Kosovo Accreditation Agency has undertaken a deep and comprehensive reform to fully align with European standards and guidelines. This process was not only just a technical, it represents a cultural shift towards the trust, transparency, and accountability in higher education. Our roadmap focuses on 3 main pillars: strengthening institutional autonomy while ensuring accountability, embedding continuous improvement through international quality assurance system, and building a quality culture that goes beyond compliance and embrace innovation. The culmination of this journey was the Kosovo's successful registration in EQUAR, a recognition that our quality assurance framework meets European principles and is trusted across border. Very few words about the lesson and challenges in the Western Balkans. Our experience also revealed challenges that are common across the Western Balkans. Many institutions still face limited capacity in data-driven decision-making, irregular internal reviews, and sometimes resistance to change. However, what united us is shared ambition to ensure that our universities are not just national accredited, but regionally and internationally competitive. The Western Balkans can no longer seen as a developing area of quality assurance. We are an active contributor to the European higher education area. Each country in our region, through cooperation, can strengthen not only its own standards, but also collective credibility. This is why cooperation through regional networks such as SENCA and alliance like Uninovis is so crucial. Through this platform, we exchange expertise, avoided duplication of effort, and collectively move toward the truly European quality insurance culture. For the end, I think that building trust through the cooperation is very important for our region. A joint program, cross-border evaluation, and digital recognition system must become a routine part of the regional academic landscape. For this to happen, we need more trust between the quality insurance agencies, stronger institutional autonomy, and a clear commitment from the government to protect academic integrity from the political influence. Quality insurance is not about the control, it's about the empowerment. It allows our institution to build confidence, attract partnership, and participate equally in the European education area. Now we are starting with our first panelist is Alexander Shushnyar. I would like to use this opportunity to thank the Shushnyar for their very supportive role in the EQUAR directorate, because he's helping us a lot to align with the ECG standard, and I really thank you for your cooperation. And my first question is from the EQUAR's perspective, how can the European approach for the quality assurance of joint program help institutions avoid duplication in practice? How we can support this wider use in the region, and how does this discussion related to the outgoing European degree initiative? Please, Mr. Shushnyar.
Yes, of course. Thank you. And allow me to first just greet everyone and say that I'm really happy to be here with you, at least online, though I'm sad not to be able to be there with you in person. I already said to several people who are at the event how sad I am not to be able to be physically with you. Unfortunately, I'm currently at another event in Romania, which I could not reschedule, but I'm at least happy that we will in this way discuss about these issues that I think are becoming more and more prominent in European higher education. So there are, I think, a couple of questions packaged there together. So just to unbundle it, I will perhaps start with just saying it very clearly what European approach is, in order to make it clear later what it is not or what it can become in the future. The European approach was created in 2015 in order indeed to help simplify and streamline the system of accreditation of joint programs. Now, if we have a joint program, and if it is a proper joint program, not a double program or some kind of an exchange between the programs, but a properly joint program, meaning it's a joint ownership and joint responsibility of, let's say, 5 universities from 5 different countries. How are they supposed to accredit this program? Well, before European approach, the only recipe was actually to do 5 separate accreditations. So a joint program, a same program, a single program, would need to be accredited 5 times in 5 different countries by 5 different quality assurance agencies. Now that causes a lot of issues. Obviously, we don't have to go into that. Therefore, the European approach for QA of joint programs was created. And it states simply that instead of doing, in this example, 5 different accreditations by 5 different QA agencies, one QA agency registered in ECAR conducts the accreditation process, and other systems simply recognize the outcome. And this is maybe a good opportunity to say a few words about my organization, about ECAR. So ECAR serves as a register of agencies active in European higher education area that are compliant with European standards and guidelines. And I guess you can see then how ECAR acts as a facilitator of the European approach, because if we are going to move from this, in my example, 5 accreditations by 5 QA agencies in 5 countries to only 1 accreditation that is automatically recognized in all the countries, then there needs to be trust between these systems. And that is a role of ECHAR to provide this trust. If an agency is registered in ECHAR, that means that it operates in compliance with European standards. It means that it is a trustworthy agency, and it means that the country can accept its accreditation decision about the joint program, even if it is not an agency of that country. So that is how a system is supposed to work. Now, what happens in practice? Firstly, we do not have European approach implemented in practice in all countries of the European higher education area. So the first step into, let's say, stating how this can help the universities is first to align regulatory frameworks with these ideals. We will be doing in the Bologna follow-up group in the next 3 years certain work on that in order to encourage countries to implement the European approach, to adopt the methodology of the European approach. What that means essentially is to accept that if universities from this country are part of joint programs, that then there can be a single quality assurance agency registered in ECHAR that does the accreditation, and that each country would simply recognize this outcome, as I was saying earlier. But currently, not all countries are doing that. So this is the first step that we need to work on. It is really to work with the ministries, with legislators, in order to push forward this regulatory agenda. The second thing that I would mention, and this is something that is really exclusively from, or basically from ECHAR's perspective, is that when we talk about the Western Balkans, that unfortunately quite a few of countries in this region still do not have their quality assurance agency registered in ECHAR, meaning that they have not successfully demonstrated that they operate according to the European standards. That is a situation that probably should be improved towards the future. So that is something that I think is a valuable goal. Now, just to be clear, it is not a direct connection with the European approach, so to speak, because what countries that do not have an agency registered in ECHAR can do is simply allow their institutions to use for their joint programs with other European universities to use other ECHAR registered agencies. So just to be clear, there is not a direct or categorical connection here, but if agencies from the region would like to conduct these European approach procedures and then have their decisions recognized in any other countries, then they would need to demonstrate their compliance with the ESG. And as I was saying, indeed still quite a few countries in the region have not yet done so. And finally, to connect it with the European degree, where that in itself could be, a whole presentation. So I'll just try to really simplify it, because there's often a lot of confusion about the links and interlinks between these two things. The easiest way to put it would be that if the European degree and European degree label or whatever it is starts happening in practice, it will use European approach as infrastructure. So because European degree or European degree label will be awarded exclusively to joint programs, so it is a kind of a label for joint programs, there will need to be an evaluation whether a joint program meets the criteria for the European degree, right? But it is in no one's interest to duplicate these procedures and to have an evaluation upon evaluation upon evaluation. So instead, how this will be done, there is a very broad agreement on that, is that when a joint program undergoes your accreditation according to the European approach procedure, that then the European degree criteria will simply be added, and in any case they are very synergistic with the European approach criteria, which are in themselves basically the ESG applied to joint programs, and in that way it will be packaged into one process and hopefully made simpler for the consortia of universities and not something that would be burdensome. So in short, to reiterate, if European degree starts being implemented in practice, it will use European approach as its infrastructure, essentially.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shushnyar, for your presentation. I just would like to mention two things during your presentation. I fully agree that when exists an initiative for the double degree and joint degree, I think that how to say the biggest issue is the accreditation. I would like to share the Kosovo expertise on that with the legislation framework. We have set very clear that Kosovo recognized accreditation decision by the accreditation agency who is a member in ENQA and the HR. So there is no need for the accreditation in 5 countries, for example, as you mentioned, but it is if one of the accreditation agency who is a member of EQUAR accredited, this accreditation is just going through the validation in 5 other countries. And also, as you mentioned, that not all the accreditation agency in the Western Balkan are registered in EQUAR, I think we are very ready to share all the best experience that we have during this path. And I think that the most important part of rejoining in EQUAR, from my experience, is legislation framework. So my recommendation is that when we started to prepare the legislation framework for the accreditation, you should engage ENQA and EQUAR during the preparation of the draft law for the accreditation. So, because if some article is contrary with the European standards and guidelines, then later on it's very difficult to change that. So, I remember that we have invited the former director of EQUAR and former president of EQUAR and meet with our Parliamentary Commission for the Education and express their concern with some articles. And I remember that the 2 biggest issues in our parliament during the draft law on KA have been students representative in the board and appeals committee to be a second level of the decision. Based on the 2.7 ECG standards, the appeals committee dealing just with the procedures, not for the content base. And with the legislation in Kosovo, it's very difficult to have appeals committee dealing just with the procedures, not with the content base. So thank you very much, Mr. Shushnyar. I will be back to you, but we are continuing with our second speaker is Dr. Benjamin. And the question is like that. How is your agency supporting institution to strengthen the internal quality assurance in line with the ECG standards, and where do institutions still struggle the most? Please, Benjamin.
Okay, thank you. I'm not quite sure. It's functioning. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to be here today in Tirana, when quality assurance is present everywhere. Even this water have the taste of quality assurance. Look at label, it's starting with the magical abbreviation quality assurance. So drink this water. Little joke, of course. Thank you, Naim, for question. How my agency is supporting internal quality assurance. Like almost everywhere, every quality assurance agency in our QA world. For example, we organize a lot of workshops for our higher education institutions. That workshops are online or in person. Sometimes practical workshops on writing self-evaluation reports, etc. And for example, we support them with some guidelines. I will show you one guideline, what we printed this year in September, and it is presented in one conference what we had last week in Sarajevo. Our conference was supported by EU project SMECA. And of course, we will continue through this project to support our higher education institutions in self-evaluation, and especially in one interesting topic, actual topic, it is European Union alliances We will organize in November. November is month of quality. The second week in November is the week of quality. One conference about quality of assurance of joint study programs and to support our universities which are included in that programs and which are also included in European alliances to support quality assurance of that universities. This is that our guideline, which of course have a cartoon on the cover page. Cartoons are always interesting to involve students in our QA world. Even Maria used a lot of cartoons in their presentations. So we used in our guidelines. Guidelines are always too functional. This guideline is more focused on external quality assurance, but if you convert instruction for expert from instructive form in a question form, you will get another way guideline for self-evaluation. So there are the main activities of my agency, how supporting our higher education institutions to promote, to improve internal quality assurance through the workshops, through the a lot of activities, joint activities, to the projects, to some guidelines. We're always supporting them, and as I said, what will we do next month in November? And of course, we will support them if they come to our agency to talk with us individually. We'll support even on that way. That's, I think, the ways how all agencies in our QA world support higher education institutions.
Thank you very much, Benjamin, for this. I will turn back to you. Very short, I would like to short reflection on KA's Kosovo accreditation roadmap towards the fulfilling of 14 ECG standards. I think that there are three issues that I would like to share with you. The first one is that the most important thing to fulfill the ECG standards is national consensus towards the quality. So without having the national consensus, that means that higher education institution, quality assurance agencies, Ministry of Education, government, parliament, civil society, experts in the field, it's very difficult to push forward things. So the first thing that we should do to comply with the ECG standards is to work hard for the national consensus towards the quality. The second one is having the strategic plan, but the strategic plan is not enough if you do not have the activity plan. So in 2020, together with all stakeholders in higher education in Kosovo, we have prepared the strategic plan 2020-2025. And the first, our objective have been rejoined in EQUAR. But in every year, from 2021 up to 2025, we have prepared the activity plan who is linked with the strategic plan for fulfillment the criteria. And the third thing that I would like to mention is legislation framework. In each legislation framework, starting from the law, then from the standards for accreditation, for regulation, for everything, you need involving of the stakeholders in higher education. Because sometimes if you involve all stakeholders in higher education, they do not see you as a police, as somebody that just write a decision, but involving in preparation of the legislation and the regulation framework, it's very important to have the support from the higher education institution and other stakeholders for the alignment with the ECG standards. I would like to go to our third speaker. This is Professor Dr. Eglantina Gishti, and the question is, within the Uninovis Alliance, what challenges do you face in aligning internal quality assurance across the different national systems, especially in the process of designing joint programs? Do you see the European approach as a potential way forward if the legislation frameworks allow its use?
Thank
Please,
you.
Professor.
Thank you for the question. And thank you. I want as well to thank the Academic Cooperation Association that gives me the possibility to present here the challenges, mostly the challenges we have in the framework of the European Alliance universities. So here I represent the University of Tirana, but also as the coordinator, institutional coordinator of the European Alliance Uninovis, which is an alliance of 8 higher education institutions within the Europe. We are the only institution of the Western Balkans, in fact. The other higher institutions are from the European Union, I can say, and we are founded from the European Union starting from this January 2025. So we are a young alliance, in fact, but during these 7 months of our life, we can say, we realized that we have a lot of challenges between us. So what, in fact, we realized to have as the outcomes of our alliance are the micro-credential and the joint Uninovis diploma in data science. That will be a common diploma between the 8 partners. So in this case, we are sure that we are going to front many challenges in quality assurance and recognition and accreditation of this program. So when multiple institutions from different countries collaborate on a joint program, aligning internal quality assurance system is very complex. Even in the higher education law, even in the quality code is very clearly mentioned, explicitly mentioned the word standard, European standard. Still, we have a lot of challenges because we are working on a state of art of each national legislation framework in each institution, in each country, internal status of each university that are part of this alliance. And what we realize, there are some key challenges that are divergent national quality assurance regulation and accreditation requirements. So each country has its own quality assurance legislation, criteria, and accreditation cycles, conflicting timing and cycle of quality assurance reviews. So institutional program accreditation vary in 4, 7, 4, 6, or 5 years, and it depends on each institution. We can say even different quality assurance culture and maturity levels. So in some institutions we have well-established quality assurance office, and some not. Legal recognition of external quality assurance decision. So mostly, at least at the University of Tirana, to accredit even a joint or double program, we have to apply in our National Agency of Accreditation. And there are a lot of requirements for additional national criteria beyond the ESG European approach. Differences in curriculum. We can say that now we are realizing that even between partners with some study programs are not in line with the Bologna process. They offer one cycle study programs, 4 years and 5 years, not only in law, but even in other study programs. So we have to deal what to do in this case. And we have to say that even the resources constrained and cost sharing, so we have to admit it, that accreditation needs funds, so it's not too easy to realize in this kind of, let's say, of joint programs. So in front of these challenges, in fact, we are working to deal what we have to done and what is doable, feasible, because not everything depends on the university. So what the university in fact has to do is to take care about internal quality assurance, to work a lot to improve all the elements of internal assurance. And what we can do as well is that we can propose to other institutional level or legal framework level to to take into account this initiative of European Commission, because it is really important that even the countries of Western Balkan to approach to the European education area and to do this. So we have to take into account as well legal framework, the trust between us, because I saw that all the key words during all the discussion was a good legal framework, the trust between partner and institution that are involving in this quality assurance and recognition. So as Enyar said, that these are the really obstacles that are not good or the, let's say, solution for everything, but what we can do as alliance to propose, to suggest in order to be implemented, to be foreseen as well in national framework, legal framework, or national, let's say, institutional level, and as well a ministry or other institution level. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Based on the recommendation of Mr. Shusher, I have a very short question for you, Eglantina and Benjamin. If there is accreditation in Europe from the ECHAR registered agency, it is recognized in Albania and in Bosnia and Herzegovina. In our case, in Kosovo, we recognized all the accreditation from the ECHAR registered agency. And then we are continuing with the questions.
Started. So, in fact, I don't think that we have this. I don't know, Arion. So no, I think that Arion said that our National Agency of Accreditation is working to be part of full part of ENCAR database. So till now, I hope that this national agency will be part very soon. So this maybe allow us that once on a study program or the common diploma will be recognized in one country, a European country, to be directly recognized here. So for the moment, as I know, we have to apply for accreditation in our National Agency of Accreditation.
So in Albania, there is no possibility if you have accreditation, for example, in Croatia or Austria, and to offering here in Kosovo without undergoing the procedures in ASCAL?
As I know, not, but Arion can even explain better if he's or something from, okay.
I don't know if Arion is here. Okay, we can continue with Benjamin, please.
Okay, that's a good question. Unfortunately, my agency momentarily have 1 week in procedures. We also cannot recognize the accreditation of joint study program to put as accredited study program in our national register. But this conference will give me some kind of idea, support, that I will give initiative to the stakeholders, to the agency, to change that regulation, because it's not fair for these institutions. I know that University in Tirana and University in Sarajevo, Salzburg, and few universities are in one joint study program of second cycle of studies, and they are accredited the first time by Austrian Quality Assurance Agency, and second time by German ZEWA agency. ZEWA, I don't know how it pronounced. But we cannot put that accreditation in our register of accredited study programs, and we need to support it, that changing of our regulative. And I hope so that I will tell you that my agency sent to ENCA a letter of intention to be evaluated by ENCA and to be a full member of ENCA. It will be evaluated next year, and I hope so that will be also listed in ECHAR. It will be also few activities which will support these changes of our procedures to help our higher education institutions.
Okay. Thank you for your answer, Benjamin, but taking in consideration that Western Balkan countries are, many of them are candidate for the EU, and some of them have aspiration. I think it's a European approach that EQUA registered should be recognized in all countries. So I think that in the future we will have this. I am continuing with Mr. Shushner, and I have a question for our three panelists, and then we are going to have some question from the audience. Mr. Shushner, looking ahead, what concrete steps are needed to make the ECG and European approach work better in practice for institution and alliance running joint programs, especially in a region like the Western Balkans, where the quality assurance systems are still adapting?
This is again a very, very broad question, so I'll just try to keep it very short and simple. European approach is from 2015. The new ESG will be adopted by the Bologna Ministers of Higher Education in 2027. There's a steering committee working on it from different stakeholders, and actually in a month or so, the first draft of the new ESG will be public, and it will be up for a public consultation. So I really use this opportunity to mention this to all of you, so that are required and that will perhaps happen. Yeah, I cannot summarize in such a short time, but I would say that the general idea is to basically provide an update, not some kind of a dramatic fundamental shift in comparison to the ESG from 2015, but to update it in the light of firstly new circumstances or contextual considerations of higher education, and secondly some things that we have learned from the practice of these 10 years of external QA. So instead of going, in details about that, I would just invite you to keep your eye on the new revised draft, the draft of the revision of the new ESG. When it comes to the European approach, now the same body that works on the revision of the ESG will work on the revision or the update of the European approach as well. And here one thing that needs to be updated is quite simple. I mentioned earlier that the European approach criteria are nothing else but the ESG themselves applied to joint programs. So there's nothing additional in the European approach. Therefore, when the ESG change, the European approach criteria need to change as well. That's, I think, something that is unquestionable. One thing that we need to discuss in the steering committee and probably in the sector in general, we have had an interesting discussion on it at this event, which is, by the way, a Bologna follow-up group meeting on quality assurance. We had an interesting discussion on that very topic, on how can we further simplify things for consortia conducting joint programs, and how can we remove existing barriers. One thing I already mentioned, simply implement the European approach. It's not yet sufficiently implemented across Europe. Okay, but how can the tool itself be upgraded? One thing that I personally consider an interesting thing to at least consider is the following one. You know how in different countries we have different approaches. You can go for institutional accreditation, program accreditation, or mixed models. But we have a quite clear concept of what is an institutional accreditation, where you do external quality assurance of a university, and then a university can have whichever programs they want. They get a self-accrediting status, or you would do program accreditations. So each study program would be externally evaluated separate, right? And European approach, unless all universities in the consortia have this self-accrediting status, in which case the situation is simple and we don't even have to discuss it. But in all other cases, it basically talks about program evaluation. The question is, let's go back to these 5 universities from my example in the beginning. What if these 5 universities were to do not one joint program, but second, third, fifth joint program? That is very applicable, obviously, to alliances, because alliances are stable setups of collaboration, but it's not unique to alliance. Multiple joint programs. Do we really need them to undergo European approach for a single joint program? Could we somehow group it together? could we somehow do an evaluation of the capacity of this consortium to conduct joint programs and then allow them to have multiple joint programs without undergoing a very complex joint program accreditation? You know, I have, before joining ECAR, you have heard that I worked at the University of Rijeka and within one of the alliances, and I personally worked on developing the first joint program of this alliance between 7 degree awarding universities and 10 universities in total. I can just say that it was an unimaginably complex process. At the beginning, we could not even imagine all the complexities and problems that we would face. So if this whole process can be made easier and more streamlined without, of course, sacrificing quality, because that's always our baseline, then we should be, I think, creative in seeing how we can do that. But this is all at this moment speculative and treated just as my personal opinions. We will see how the discussions progress in the bodies that deal with the revision. And as with all other aspects of this revision, you will be informed and publicly consulted as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schuschnigg. The same question we have for our two panelists. What concrete steps are needed to make the ECG and the European approach work better in practice for institutional alliance running joint programs? Benjamin, can you have?
I think I agree with Alexander. He mentioned one word, simplification, yes. That is something what detected by our higher education institutions during internal quality assurance procedures, internal quality assurance processes, writing self-evaluation reports. For example, one very fresh example, we started very hardly and now very intensive with cluster accreditation study programs, and they told to us, why do we need to write a self-evaluation report for any individual study program in cluster, which are very similar, and we find solution that they can take a joint part of self-evaluation in these criteria, which are applicable for the all study programs. So in future, they will write some kind of joint self-evaluation report for the programs in cluster, but some criteria or sub-criteria which are different, they will describe it as different. So that's one sample of simplification of procedure, because they always say that there is a lot of administrative procedures, there is always a lot of activities which are formalistic too much, etc., etc. So in discussion with the higher education institutions, we will find a solution for these challenges. Of course, there are a lot of challenges in implementation of first group of ESG standards which are related to the internal quality assurance. As I said, we do not have a lot of experience in this alliances and joint study program, only few universities, but in the future we will support them and we will detect and pinpoint what are other challenges in preparing of internal quality assurance of joint study program in alliances. For example, I had a talk with some our universities last week in Sarajevo regarding alliances and that problems. They also detect me some problems related to this. I send him some recommendation of European Council how to prepare for the self-evaluation of that kind of programs. And as I said, in the future, we will be supported, of course, with the conclusions of this conference to make this story much, much better in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Benjamin, please.
So it seems that we take note the same words, simplify. So it will help, it will be that simplify the procedures, but saving the quality in in all this process, and I will emphasize the fact that simplify the procedures, at least for the program accreditation and the recognition in the level of European university alliances, because it will be really important at least to simplify these procedures, that not to and to eliminate, let's say, that multiple parallel accreditation process, because this means reducing administrative burden, duplication, and delays in the accreditation of the program. So this would be a good start, and I think this needs the well-being of not only of the universities, but in many level institution.
Thank you very much. Now we are opening floor for the question from audience that might have. Please.
Thank you, Franz Koch, University of Salzburg. Salzburg already was mentioned just before as an example for a university running a European accreditation approach in political science. It was in 2017 when we established a joint master program in political science, integration and governance with 9 universities in 6 countries, mostly Western Balkan. The implementation of the accreditation in that time was not the same procedure in all. If somebody is interested, there's a publication about these procedures and the comparison of the different, let's say, administrative practices in that time. What I can say at the moment is that we're just applied for the national implementation of the accreditation of the same program in 8 countries for 13 universities. So we are talking a little bit the RIECA approach for the joint program in the bachelor program. And from our perspective, the ESG procedure done by the ECA member, we had 2 agencies in use for that purposes up to now. It was ACU Austria once, and also 2025 we had a change with CEFA, which is a German. Yeah. Benjamin, you were totally updated with the file. Thank you. I think these procedures were rather transparent and easy for us, and I say now for us. I'm executive director of the consortium, but also all the participating institutions. My observations about the processes, you know, to create the curriculum, we have a library of 100 accredited master courses actually now. So this is something you cannot do just as a side work. It is a very intensive work experience of all professors involved from all partner institutions. And we never saw, and this is my compliment to the ESG practice, we never met a consortium member that had in some way problems not to meet the basic understanding of qualification criteria of, let's say, the European qualification framework, which is of importance as well. And I think this is something which is underestimated, in my opinion, in the discussion when it comes to joint programs, but also the accreditation issue. So I wonder how we're going to continue in the Bosnian case with our 2 university partners there. Anyway, we might have a small talk about that. But my motivation to say something was not addressed about the complications we met. Of course, there were complications, and we suppose, and this is a kind of laboratory we're in, that the implementation of the 13 universities now from the decision 2025 will show better practices as we have met 7 years ago. I think there's one element in this procedure which is in the shadow, too much in the shadow, and this is the academic evaluation of the specific educational competences produced and provided by the program. So in the morning meeting, I think somebody argued about research, how to bring research to the ESG. I would say how to bring. It was you. Sorry. I would say how to bring the benchmarks of teaching to the ESG. And here, in my opinion, we should have more awareness that maybe also the academic organizations in Europe or international organizations should take over here more responsibility, the way how one or two international evaluators nominated and contribute to a specific process, in my opinion, cannot represent, let's say, the benchmark model European associations in political science, in medicine, in engineering, I don't know in which fields, might be able to contribute. If there are specific benchmarks defined by the European qualification framework for bachelor, for master education, for PhD education, are met. And this is the weak side I wanted to focus on. Anyway, it's a pleasure for me to meet accreditation agency representatives from three of the 8 countries we're actually working with now. And in Albania, it's no problem to do, but the procedure is not an executive procedure as in Kosovo, which is the best case, let's say, how to implement European approach, but it is a decision which is going through the board.
Okay. Thank you very much for sharing with us a very good example from the Salzburg University. Do you have any other question, any comment from the audience, please? I don't see that we have any question, but I have one question from Mr. Shushnyar, please. You have mentioned that the new ESG standards will take in force, I think, from 2027, but do we consider any transition period? Because as accreditation agency in the region, we have been part of the public consultation with ENQA. So we have given our input on this draft, and but the question is, do we have any transition period for our agencies and our country and our higher education systems to be aligned with the new ECG standards? Please, Shushna.
Yes, of course. And here we are in very close contact with ENQA, which is an association of quality assurance agencies. So they represent the agencies themselves that we evaluate against the ESG. And this is one of those cases where it's absolutely imperative that both organizations are fully in line. So what will be the end outcome of it is we will have two separate transition policies. One coming from ECAR, which is for the registration in the register, other coming from ENQA, which is about the agency review procedures, but they will be fully complementary because they will be developed in synergy until the last phase. I can already tell you that what we are thinking of and the direction that will most likely be taken is one of certain flexibility, where agencies would, on one hand, be able to start using the revised ESG as soon as they want. If they want, they could read the new standards and they could say, well, we're already compliant with all of this, so we can jump right in. Or to ask for a prolongation of registration. So registration obviously is cyclical. Registration in ECAR lasts 5 years, and every 5 years an agency needs to be re-evaluated and re-registered, which is the background of your question, but I'm just clarifying for the audience. And we will enable perhaps like a prolongation of registration for a certain period or something of the kind, which will then enable the agencies to adopt to the revised ESG before undergoing a new round of evaluations.
Okay, just one additional question. Mr. Shushnyar, accreditation agencies, we are obligatory to have a cycle of the revision of our standards from 3 up to 5 years. So can we use, for example, the process of revision of our national standards to compile with the new ECG standards, or we are obligatory to start in the process of revision immediately after we have revision in European level?
Yeah, it's difficult for me to give a specific answer, about specific agency, because there's really a great diversity of agencies, of their methodologies, and of the systems that they operate in. So all of these three factors will play into how exactly the update will happen on a national level. But yeah, indeed, I mean, one of the standards does require that QA methodologies are fit for purpose and consulted with stakeholders. So obviously this should not happen in any kind of a mechanistic way, like there's a new ESG and then you just directly and automatically override the national quality assurance standard. That's not how the ESG work. There are vastly different systems in different countries, and they're all compliant with ESG. That is the best thing about the ESG, actually. It creates what is essentially what we can call an eligible set of valid and trustworthy quality assurance agencies applying trustworthy quality assurance methodologies, but they can be very diverse among each other. So yeah, how exactly it will work will really depend, but indeed there is a certain procedure to be followed there to do it in a proper way, in a way that really at the end enriches the system, because that's the goal, not just to artificially change the standards or something of the kind. The goal is always impact on the ground, and in order to do that, any revision needs to be well planned and well thought out, obviously.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Schuschner, and I would like to thank also our panelists, Benjamin and Professor Eglantina. And by the end, I can conclude that by continuing the learn from one another, from ENQA, EQUAR, and our region peers, we can ensure that quality assurance become not just a process, but a shared culture in the Western Balkans. So thank you very much for being with us, and we are continuing with the next panel. Thank you.
Whatever you want. If you want to go there, go there. But first introduce yourself, okay? But there was a computer. There was a computer. I don't know where it is now. I will ask for it while this introduces. You're going to you said you want them. You prefer here? No, okay, then I will ask for the laptop. Start. No, I have mine. Okay. I have mine to talk. This is connected to the slides upstairs.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the thematic session number 2. I'm Nadia Manzoni. I'm honored to be among such distinguished guests today. I personally am currently doing research on European university alliances and the effect they have on domestic policy change in the European member states. But I have a long-standing interest in this topic, having worked for the European Commission's higher education unit and in Erasmus+. And I am here also to introduce the 2 speakers on stage. First of all, we have Aida Mirto. She's the General Director of the Albanian National Center for Educational Service, the ENIC-NARIC, where she oversees diploma recognition, the state matura, and international assessments. She previously worked with the BFUG Secretariat, the Bologna Follow-up Group Secretariat, and has contributed to advancing recognition and quality assurance across the European higher education area. Welcome. Aida will offer a sort of Albanian perspective on aligning with EU recognition frameworks. And we also have Gunnar Vat, the head of the Estonian ENIC-NARIC, a role he has held since 1997. He established Estonia's academic recognition system and has played a key role in higher education reforms under the Bologna process. Internationally, he has chaired the ENIC network and the Lisbon Recognition Convention Committee. and contributed to the drafting of the UNESCO Global Recognition Convention, and serves on several expert groups, including the Council of Europe's Working Group on Automatic Recognition. It is a pleasure that you have the time to be here with all these roles and all these hats that you have on. As you have noticed, the topic of this session is the Holy Grail, the automatic recognition, and how it is implemented in practice in the different national and institutional contexts. And we'll be drawing on case studies from enigmatic centers, practical tools and frameworks that support recognition, and progress made towards the objectives of the 2018 Council recommendation on automatic mutual recognition. So, the way the session will work, we will have two, slightly different than the ones before, we will have two presentations, 15 minutes each, from each of the speakers, and then you will get an opportunity to ask questions to the speakers and open a discussion. So I'd like to invite and give the floor to Aida Mirto to present her country's perspective on aligning with EU recognition frameworks. Thank you.
Hello. Yes, no? Okay, good. Dear colleagues, partners, I first would like to thank the ACA for inviting me today. I am the General Director at the Educational Service Center in Albania since January. And it's a true pleasure also to welcome you here in Albania. Albania's journey as a candidate country working toward fully automatic recognition of qualification within the European higher education area has already started with fully integrated the Lisbon Convention in 2001. My presentation will reflect both our policy evolution and the human stories behind recognition, the students, professionals, and families whose mobility depends on our system, trust, and efficiency. Our experience shows that recognition reform is not only about procedures, but about fairness, transparency, and belonging in a European learning space. About our national context, Albania acceded, as I said, to Lisbon recognition in 2001, embedding its principles into national law. Since then, our recognition framework has evolved into a transparent, accountable system aligned with European norms. Recognition applications have grown by almost 20% annually, while processing time has fallen by about 10%. Around 80% of all applications result in positive decisions. This reflects institutional maturity, improved evaluator training, and better collaboration with universities and ministries. Tirana 2024 Ministerial Communique gave renewed momentum to the EQF, and regional leadership has strength thanks to bilateral agreement with Kosovo, MEPREA, and the Berlin process. I would like to underline that behind these milestones are real stories of learners waiting for decisions that shape their future, and that each recognition case represents an opportunity for mobility and growth. The 2018 Council recommendation gave candidate countries like Albania a clear roadmap for automatic recognition, 7 criteria that define the necessary structures, transparency measures, and trust mechanisms. We have achieved compliance in monitoring, information provision, and system capacity. Work continues on embedding automatic recognition for both higher and upper secondary education diplomas, and soon for study periods abroad. In practice, this means that developing the legal, procedural, and digital infrastructure that allows recognition without repeated individual assessment. Our progress demonstrates Albania's determination to meet EU standards and to function as an equal partner in the European education area. Our practical reality: on the ground, the majority of Bologna-aligned degrees are recognized swiftly. Yet complex cases, especially those involving incomplete documentation or qualifications from non-European systems, can still face delays. Delays that cause stress, missed study work, opportunities. The continued reliance on apostilles only reinforces bureaucracy, creating barriers, and contradicts the spirit of the Lisbon Convention. In real terms, a missing document or unverified transcript can delay a student's admission or a professional hiring by months. We must address this with digital trust and interoperable databases. About the recognition of diplomas, the diplomas from Kosovo, North Macedonia, and Italy proceed smoothly thanks to comparable systems and growing mutual trust. Our bilateral agreement with Kosovo is a milestone. It demonstrates how two systems can align procedures and criteria to achieve near automatic recognition. This cooperation is not only regional but European in spirit, showing how shared values and mutual transparency pave the way for future EU integration. Each successful bilateral experience strengthens the regional foundation for the Council's long-term goal of automatic recognition across the Western Balkans. About the challenges, still we face persistent challenges. Diplomas from outside the European higher education area, especially from North America or unaccredited institutions, present comparability issues. We must also address data gaps and incomplete cross-border verification networks. Some applicants present degrees from institutions that no longer exist or whose accreditation status cannot be verified. Ensuring fairness in such cases is both complex and essential. Our priority is to ensure that quality assurance, recognition, and digitalization evolve together, forming one ecosystem of trust. Something that I forgot to put there, but I have written here, is that Albania has already taken an important step forward when in July, the Ministry of Education amended the regulation allowing recognition of fully or partially online study programs, a significant improvement that aligns our system with European recognition practices. Beyond the qualitative challenges, our quantitative data provide a clear picture of Albania's recognition dynamics in recent years. Between 2019 and 2024, the majority of recognized diplomas originate from Italy, Kosovo, followed by North Macedonia, Turkey, and Greece. This reflects both the regional mobility patterns and the strong academic ties Albania maintains with the Western Balkans and Southern Europe. Smaller but consistent numbers come from Germany, the United Kingdom, and the United States, while France and other countries represent a diverse but growing category of applicants. This geographical distribution confirms the mutual recognition and comparability of systems are stronger where there is shared educational tradition and policy alignment. At the same time, trend data by study cycle show a steady and encouraging increase across all levels. While first cycle degrees continue to represent the largest share of recognition, the second, third, and third cycle qualification, particularly master and doctoral degrees, have seen significant growth since 2022, illustrating a more research-oriented mobility among Albanian graduates. Overall, the total number of recognition has more than doubled since 2020, reflecting both the growing trust in our system and the impact of recent administrative improvements. These figures underscore the importance of digital reform and cross-border cooperation in sustaining this positive trend. About 2025, I can anticipate to you today, because it's the number of yesterday, so that is why, the 8th of October, we have received so far 1,562 applications. Reforms underway. The most transformative reform in Albania's recognition system has happened this year and is the creation of SMIAL, the System for the Management of International Academic licensing. SMIAL represents a paradigm shift from paper-based recognition to a fully digital, traceable, and transparent process. Applicants can submit their request, upload documents, and monitor the progress of their case online. Evaluators can verify credentials through trusted databases, reducing both workload and human error. In the near future, SMIAL will connect to e-Albania fully, MREX and DECAR, ensuring real-time information, exchange and validation, a crucial step toward digital automatic recognition. This reform simplifies procedures, builds public confidence, and strengthens Albania's reputation as a forward-looking education system. We have received the first applications through SMIAL the first week of September 2025, so it's very recent. We needed some months to make it fully workable before going online. And so far, we have received more than 325 applications of all the 1,562 that I mentioned before. Looking ahead, SMIAL is not just a digital tool, but the foundation for Albania's transition toward fully automatic recognition. Through integration with international databases, SMIAL will enable instant institutional and program validation and will serve as a reference base to pre-validate future applications. In the near future, this system will allow automatic approval for similar cases without human intervention, based on prior verified patterns. Through this transformation, Albania is not only digitalizing its procedures, but also redefining trust in recognition, moving from individual evaluation to systemic validation. The key challenges ahead, despite our progress, challenges remain. The volume of recognition applications continue to rise while our human resources remain limited, because when the unit was created, the number of recognition was much smaller. The Albanian government and the Ministry of Education is working on a new organizational structure for our center, even though with SMIAL we are sure that we will go faster in the next months. Also, the legal basis for automatic recognition must be expanded and integrated more deeply into national regulation. We rely on European cooperation, especially the Erasmus+, partnership and IT modernization projects to sustain reform momentum. Our target is to fully align with the European Education Area 2025 vision, not only in policy, but in practical outcomes. And why this is important for us? Because the European Education Area 2025 vision is not an abstract policy. It's a promise to learners that their diplomas and study periods will be recognized across Europe without repeated procedures. It embodies the principles of transparency, mobility, and shared trust that the Lisbon Convention first envisioned. It embodies also, for Albania, the EEA vision is also a benchmark of readiness for EU accession. It means joining a community where qualifications move as freely as people do. By aligning our systems with EEA goals and digitizing recognition through SMIAL, Albania is contributing actively to this shared European mission. As a closing message, I would say that to conclude, automatic recognition is not merely a technical adjustment. As you all already mentioned, trust is very important. It's a statement of trust, a statement of transparency, and European belonging. Through SMIAL, legislative reforms, regional cooperation, Albania is moving from commitment to full implementation. As a candidate country, Albania's progress sends a clear message. We are ready to contribute, to innovate, and to lead within the European higher education area. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aida. We will move straight to the next presentation by Gunnar, and you led us into it by mentioning the European higher education area. Gunnar was asked to present on the European level coordination of automatic recognition, tool for implementation, and to offer us some insights from Estonia's national reforms. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. As already introduced, that I will continue here about the European level coordination tools and implementations of current practices. Yes, thank you. As already introduced, yes, I will going to present current European level coordination and also practices and tools that have been used, and already some words about what are steps forward already agreed, and a bit Estonian experience also what we have concerning the automatic recognition in our country. The first, as also we heard here many times, Lisbon Recognition Convention, already to repeat that Lisbon Recognition Convention is not about automatic recognition. The principle, the key concept of Lisbon Convention is that there is a recognition of qualifications unless substantial differences can be shown. That means that already there is an assessment of foreign qualification to see whether we can recognize the foreign degree or not. About automatic recognition, what is already started in 2012, where the first time ministers meet for communique, the European higher education area, and mentioned automatic recognition as a step forward towards the European higher education area. And it was mentioned that automatic recognition is something step further, that we are talking about the recognition of compatible qualification with no formal assessment procedure. That means when we build the European higher education area, we can talk about a harmonized higher education systems, or higher education systems based on the same principles, so that there is no need to assess anymore whether the foreign qualification is comparable or not. There is no need for assessment. We understand that there is an automatic recognition result of this. So this is a two different, the concept of recognition. And then, yes, there was established a Pathfinder group at European Commission, and initiative was the European Commission in 2012, and there was a certain working group called Pathfinder Group established, and they defined first time what is actually the automatic recognition, and then it was a similar way, went to the European Union Council recommendation in 2018 about the definition, what is, and actually today it is the key definition used in different contexts, but actually in the several meaning in different ways, in different documents, in different recommendations. But in principle, we can say that automatic recognition of higher education qualifications is considered as a system-level recognition or a generic level recognition achieved without a formal assessment procedure. In practice today, when I start to investigate what is actually the situation in what I have to do closer, what I did some survey, what is actually the practices in Europe, in the European higher education area, and we can confirm that there are 4 different types of automatic recognition already exist, and it is already a very good results that we can see that maybe thanks to the European Union Council's recommendation that there are more and more countries still already thinking about automatic recognition in the European higher education area, not only the countries in the European Union, but the European higher education area. And there are legally binding bilateral and multilateral agreements, very strong documents. We learned today about the Baltic, also Treaty on Automatic Recognition initiated by the Baltic and and Benelux countries, but we have some others. Then legally binding or non-binding national level unilateral lists of qualifications. It's also some kind of practice, but it's not the best, of course. It means that some country, maybe the ENIC office or Ministry of Education, build a list of foreign degrees and they say that we recognize these degrees automatically. They are maybe in the law, or they are maybe just in the practice at the ENIC office, but not regulated somehow as a regular act. But it's not why it's not the best, because we're talking automatic recognition is not a unilateral way. Automatic recognition is mutual. That means that there should be somewhere cooperation, should be somewhere the work together. And yes, we can talk that automatic recognition is a two-way traffic. It's not a unilateral thing. But of course, it's something, not the best, but sometimes it works at least at the unilateral level. Then mutual declarations, they are more soft documents, recommendations, statements, goodwill documents that we happy to work towards automatic recognition, but they are not legally binding, but still exist in Europe so far. And there are de facto practices. That means there is no any unilateralist, there is no agreements, there is no soft declarations, but just in the office somewhere where they dealing with the recognition of qualifications, de facto we recognize higher education qualifications from our neighboring countries. We trust this country and we recognize. If there is a bachelor, it is a bachelor. If it's a master, it's a master. There's nothing to assess anymore. It's because we know this higher education system from neighboring countries and we do automatically with no more further assessment. Then why actually in the European higher education area, we can already talk quite widely about automatic recognition. Since 1999, we had in the European higher education extensive reforms in higher education systems, harmonization within the Bologna process, and there is a creation of common European higher education area. We can see that there is a ratification and implementation. All European Union countries already ratified the Lisbon Recognition Convention. It's already very good practice. That means there is a will to recognize each other qualifications, even not automatically, but at least at the Lisbon Convention concept. Then we see here at what is one of the key component towards automatic recognition, that we are using three main cycles. When we are using three main higher education cycles, bachelor, master, and doctoral, that means we have already something comparable. And quality assurance mechanism for the harmonization or the use of common principles of quality assurance and standard setting instruments for this is also already at the basis for automatic recognition. The use of a common credit system as ECTS, diploma supplement, and also your European qualification framework for lifelong learning and also for higher education, and also the reference, of course, national qualifications to this overarching frameworks. Well, and then when we're talking about the concept of automatic recognition, there is, of course, a different interpretation that maybe automatic recognition is something like this, some other things that's something different. But yes, automatic recognition so far, and more widely we speak when we're talking about the system or generic recognition. That means that the holder of bachelor degree has a right to hold the degree when cross-border. From country A, I am a bachelor degree. When I cross-border, I'm still a bachelor degree, holder of bachelor degree. And I have an access to the next cycle. Then automatic recognition does not meet automatic admission, whereas something is mixed that automatic recognition give access to something, but it doesn't mean that it's admission to something, so that there are always some other additional requirements set up by university or faculty or some other institution. And also today mentioned does not apply to a recognition or qualification of a specific program. That means that we're talking about the bachelor in general, master in general, not bachelor in something or master in or master of something, but in general. Bachelor is a bachelor, master is a master. And the reason is that for admission to a master program, a bachelor degree in a certain field of study may be required. It's not just that, for example, for studying master in physics, university may ask that also the bachelor degree is in physics. That's another issue. And then, automatic recognition that there is no assessment procedure of the qualification, but of course it doesn't mean that there is no need to check whether the diploma, the qualification is authentic. There is a need of verification always. And of course, there is a need to check whether the institution, the awarding institution, is officially accredited, recognized in the country of origin. But there is no the assessment in the content or the level or the learning outcome of the qualification itself. What are now the next steps? Council of Europe took a very, very high-level initiative towards the automatic recognition in the European higher education area. And they had the concept that there is a lot of regional treaties. There are also recommendations. There are goodwill declarations and other soft documents. But when we are working in the European higher education area, the one family, there is need to go some sort of strong, legally binding instrument. And then the Council of Europe activities was to work towards the automatic recognition convention in the European higher education area. For this, in 22, there was a feasibility study, whether it's at least possible at all in the area. And then when the feasibility study was quite positive, that in principle we had the Bologna Declaration, we had the ECTS, Diploma Supplement, Quality Assurance, and Qualification Framework, why not? And then ad hoc working group was established, and then worked this first ad hoc working group until 24, and then it was expanded, the working group in 2025, this year, early in January. And this working group presented the proposal to the Council of Europe Steering Committee for Education to get the mandate. Whether the Committee of Education will say and give a green line or say that there is no need to convention, there is maybe we go some sort of declaration. But the Council of Europe and the working group received the green light that, yes, we work towards the automatic recognition convention as a legally binding document. And then end of this year or the beginning next year, the committee of experts or the drafting committee will be established at the Council of Europe. What is now different? That at the beginning it was meant that we build some sort of convention on automatic recognition. Today, there was a bit different, the final decision, that actually the convention itself is not maybe something that establishes automatic recognition, but something that countries joining this convention, thank you, I don't need, no, thank you. It needs some sort of, this type of document that countries are obliged to implement Bologna tools that are actually the basis for the automatic recognition. So that, because we have already a treaty on automatic recognition initiated by the Benelux countries and Baltic countries, and as we learned today, that all countries, members of the European higher education area, can join this treaty, so that there is no to repeat or to duplicate something. That was the situation, what is now going on for next 2 years. And then some Estonian experience and practices. I think that automatic recognition is quite long talked in Estonia, and we are very actively join to any international treaty, and we are first, we have actually the third country ratified the Lisbon Convention, the second country ratified the Global Convention. And we have now two automatic recognition treaties where Estonia is a state party. One is the agreement among Baltic states, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, entered into force in 2019. And yes, before this treaty, we had a project financed by the European Commission that we compared each other's higher education system, quality assurance systems, recognition mechanisms, everything at degrees. That was a very, very long, it's a 2-year project. We compared each other's higher education, and we agreed that yes, automatic recognition of qualifications among free countries is a reality, is a possible. And what is a very good text, what is not in other texts, that in addition to the higher education qualifications, there is also automatic recognition of access qualification. That means that it includes also the upper secondary degrees. Then we are state party to the Treaty on Automatic Recognition of Higher Education Qualifications, entered into force 2024, what was presented by Gus today from Benelux Secretariat. It's also, so to say, called or known as Benelux Baltics Agreement. Even it's not so, it's a treaty for all European higher education area countries. Then the countries where we have no agreements, we still have already practice talking about the European higher education area, de facto automatic recognition now of it's very smooth. We see that if there is a bachelor degree in country A, and this qualification gives access to master program in home country, well, we are not going to look in the detail, but very, very, very small details and elements and criteria. We look more on the formal academic right. And that's also the recommendation, and it is actually the automatic recognition. We look at the formal rights. It's not just that we recognize bachelor degree. We recognize that holders of this bachelor degree have access to a master program. This is the main basic. The same what we do is with access qualification. Secondary education in all European higher education area. If there is a secondary education certificate, and this certificate gives access to bachelor program in home system, whatever the content is, whatever the list of courses or subjects, we give the same. Access is one thing, but university may set up additional admission requirements like examination, test, maybe the grade point average from secondary school, etc. Well, and now finally, main challenges. Why actually it's not fully completed in the European higher education area, the automatic recognition. Already mentioned today in several presentations and discussions, lack of mutual trust. Several countries are not interested to establish automatic recognition because, in several reasons, they think that higher education system in my country is much more better than in my neighboring countries. We don't trust this quality. Maybe it's not so well established as in my country. The second is also, not mentioned here, but also some other reasons, political reasons, for example. If countries have a conflict at political level, it is difficult to talk about the automatic recognition of qualifications. And what is else that even we have very nice subsidiary text to the Lisbon Recognition Convention. It is a recommendation on criteria and procedure. It's that we have to use only the main elements of the qualification where we compare qualifications. But we still see that in many enigmatic offices, in some other recognition bodies, they look at the foreign qualification very detailed. Very cheated. They look at course, they compare course by course, and if they see just one minor difference, they see that there is no recognition of qualification. So I think that it's a very old fashion now, and yeah, and also misunderstanding of automatic recognition. I give one example. One representative of country said me in one coffee break time, not here, but another place, that in my country automatic recognition is fully implemented. I asked that why, how? Yes, we do so. When we had the warrant degree, we compare course by course and looking at module by module. If everything is equivalent, automatic recognition is applied. Yes, that's true. Well, thank you.
Thank you very much. Is anybody ready to ask the first question to the speakers? Snezana, please.
Thank you very much for the speech. It's extremely interesting topic for me. Actually, I have a question for Gunnar, because I know that actually he's an expert and with a lot of experience in automatic recognition. We can see that from your talk. So I will be open to ask you. I'm just wondering about further challenges. You mentioned some challenges, why such a resistance to automatic recognition. So, and we repeat it here, mutual trust, distrust, etc., etc. So you mentioned several challenges, but I'm just wondering about your opinion, maybe, because if we do not believe, to the other national quality assurance, let us say, rules or the implementation of that, does it mean that actually, and if the national agency is recognized by if it is in ECHAR or in, fulfill, all these elements that need to be recognized at the European level, does it mean that actually we do not, or some countries, or I don't know, do not believe to the agency, to the ECHAR or to this European level, that actually guarantee that fulfillment of the national elements? And my second question to you, or maybe it could be, at the institutional level, whether the national level actually is some way feared, or there is a kind of concerns about the resistance to the Bologna at the level of the faculties and, yes, the academics, or I don't know. I'm just trying to understand, the lack of mutual trust. I completely agree with your challenges, you mentioned it, but I'm trying to see, maybe, a situation behind.
Yes, thank you for this question. I'm starting from the last one. That I also have some the information that sometimes the higher education institutions, they more aware for automatic recognition rather at the national level or the ENIC offices, so that there are some cooperation with the different universities outside of their country, joint degrees, joint programs, etc., so that they are very aware or open for automatic recognition. On the some reason, because they are very happy to receive foreign students or the people who have the degree from the foreign countries, so that sometimes it's related to this. That's what we see, that, institutions are ready for automatic recognition, and it is also in practice, but the governments are not going to the same way. There is very difficulties to sign some agreements between the country at the government levels. About the quality assurance, I'm not a specialist on quality assurance, so that I have no maybe concrete examples, but you mentioned that if already the accreditation agency is a member of the ECHAR, that means that there already should be a trust for this institution. I cannot comment on it, but still, of course, even we think that the quality assurance agency is a member of the European organization, it doesn't mean that they use in quality assurance or in accreditation in the same principles as we do in my country or in our countries. That's the main reason.
Sorry, I think the problem is that indeed that's what it means. If an agency is in ECHAR, it means that they use the same criteria that we have all agreed to. Now, everybody still, of course, thinks it's not exactly the same. I think also for quality assurance, this question of substantial differences in a way, which is a recognition concept, it's so relevant. People think if there's something little different, it can't be equally good. So the framework is there for that, but it just doesn't happen.
Maria, you just stole my point again. But I agree very much with this, that the concept of substantial differences that you must recognize unless there is a substantial difference between a qualification from abroad and your own qualifications, that is actually a very high, you need to have a very good reason not to give recognition. And there is a parallel though in other parts of the Bologna system. What is an ECTS credit? It's defined as between 1,500, 1 year, 60 ECTS credits amounts to between 1,500 and 1,800 student work hours per year. That's quite a bit of difference, but we accept that. Do all universities in your country, does every study program actually amount to the same student workload per year? I don't think so. It doesn't in Norway. And I think this leeway is really necessary in order for mobility to work at all. So we need to sort of drill this into our staff and students and also elderly professors to the extent that they are not corresponding at our institutions. However, I do have another question for Gunnar in terms of automatic recognition and these conventions. Are there cases where a national government isn't really in a position to sign an agreement that binds its institutions at all? Because I've heard cases described from countries where it has been said by, I'm not going to mention names, but where it has been said that, well, actually we've embedded academic freedom into our national law to an extent where we can't actually tell our universities to do anything. Is that the case? Thank you.
This is actually about the Lisbon Recognition Convention, where we are talking about the institutional autonomy. And, but as I mentioned, that actually what is now changed, the concept of this new convention is not about automatic recognition. It is actually for the implementation of Bologna tools. The use of ECTS, Diploma Supplement Qualification Framework. Qualification Framework is a national level tool. But yeah, this is where we are talking, and we see here today that diploma supplement is more problematic. It's not very widely used actually in the institutions because it's not national level regulations. It's not regulated at national level. I can say that actually I am completely agree that institutional autonomy is a nice thing, but it's also is an obligations. and then if the institutions, what is the difficulty of by all higher education institutions to implement ECTS and diploma supplement, for example? If not possible, I think that in Estonia everything is regulated. We have the statute of diploma supplement. We have in the law that the credit system is like this, ECTS comparable. So that I don't know if it was an answer to your question, but yeah, we understand institutional autonomy, but concerning this new convention or what was planned is not about establishing automatic recognition. It is for implementation of Bologna tools. And I think that there is some obligations by countries because actually ministers gathering every second year and signing some declaration or the communique and agreed on something, so that it's maybe somehow is need also the regulation at national level.
We had a question from Salzburg.
I would like to add or continue with Einer's argument about the academic freedom, which is in our countries a high value guaranteed by the constitutions, and therefore I think when I look to the quality assurance processes, and once again I would like to come to this point on the ESG. I think it is the issue of the substantial benchmarking, which might help to go more progressive, let's say also in the automatic recognition. Because then you have a basic understanding of what the nurse or what the engineer in the oil industry has as competences. And so I was going with different consortia to different international accreditation procedures, and the mostly underestimated issue in the procedures, in my observation, and now I'm talking as an agent of the program, you know. So I'm a university person. I'm not an agency. I'm not representing any abstract model for quality assurance. I'm just a practitioner, and the moment with less audience in the hearings is always the issue of the qualification framework, and in which way the learning outcomes, not of single courses, and of course you can go there to didactic discussions, you know, but how they contribute master thesis, how the thesis and the way how the curriculum is organized is enabling the alumni to contribute to science. Please, this is one of the criteria in the European qualification framework. And to give an answer on that is something where the procedures need to have more capacity, in my opinion, when it comes to the evaluation of programs. So the focus is very often too much, in my opinion, on the didactic model, how within a curriculum, let's say, the tricky procedures on how to, when to do which course in which direction the capacity development of the student is intended, but how finally the addition of knowledge to science in political science, maybe in medicine, in technique, or somewhere else, is to be proved. This is not in the light of the procedure, but I would argue on this point, because then also the let's say automatization or the diploma supplement and all these instruments of recognition becomes easier. Although it might be not easy to open that box, but because this box is also the box where many labor market interests are represented in the ways how regulated professions especially protect their ways of education and their style of and their culture of disciplines, you know. But these are, now we're talking about cultures of discipline, but not about science or scientific standards.
We also have a question. Thank you. We also have a question online.
Sorry for not a question.
Okay, so we have a question from Sofia Tsaldari again from NAFIC, and she is asking, is automatic recognition a step toward educational equality, or could it even cover to an extent systemic inequalities between countries? Difficult.
I didn't understand the question.
Sorry, okay. So is automatic recognition a step toward educational equality, or could it even cover to an extent systemic inequalities between countries?
Now I understand the question, but it's a very good question. So very difficult to say. I think they're both.
Maybe some concluding thoughts from both of you, and thank you to Sophia for giving us food for thought in the coffee break afterwards. But maybe to conclude the session, would you like to say a few last words, both of you? Aida, maybe first.
I see that I have so much to learn yet. Thank you.
So therefore, as I already mentioned also, that the main is the mutual trusts between the countries, among the countries, so that we have to think on this, that as told my teacher, actually already 20 years ago, was also the president of Lisbon Recognition Convention, Andres Raufargas from Latvia, if someone is member, that she said that In many countries, we work on this way. What I can do to not recognize this foreign degree? We have to work on this way, that what I can do to recognize the foreign degree.
Thank you very much to our speakers. Please an applause, and we give the floor to the closing sessions. Thank you.
Okay. So what we're going to do now, we're just going to do a brief closing, a little bit of a wrap-up of what we discussed today, and then you'll be very excited to hear that we can go outside for a cocktail. So thank you to all the speakers. Very briefly, I have summarized 4 main comments out of today about quality assurance and recognition, that they're not just technical processes, but they are enablers of trust and cooperation across borders. I want to mention something very nice said by Maria today. It's like, don't get me wrong, tradition is important, but we can use tradition as an excuse not to do the right thing. So basically, quality should evolve with realities and not be constrained by habits. Another thing was the national and regional examples that we heard today from Benelux, from the Nordic, from Western Balkan context. It shows both progress and persistent challenges in aligning systems with legislation, but they also reminded us that implementation is a collective, ongoing effort. Further to this, in the next panel, we saw that institutions and alliances are making European quality assurance tools work in practice, or at least they're trying. From the ESG to the European approach for joint programs. These examples prove that institutional ownership supported by agencies and clear frameworks help cross-border cooperation thrive. But one point of importance, simplification is important in this process. It's a key to make these tools work better and easier for everyone. And finally, automatic recognition is moving from aspiration to practice. But yet, consistent guidance is needed. Transparency and capacity building remain essential to sustain progress. So basically, I want to thank everyone for joining today. Thank all the speakers and the participants on site and online that joined us for your valuable contributions, but as well for the open exchange of ideas we had in here, but also in the coffee breaks. A very warm thank you as well to the European Commission and the colleagues that we have here, the Study in Europe Consortium, and most importantly to my colleagues from ACA, Jenny, Courtney, and Caroline, that is joining us online today, supporting us, for all the work behind today's event. So I hope you'd enjoy it, and now we're just going to open the door right here to my right, and we're having a cocktail outside in the nice weather waiting for us. Thank you.